Alright. That should work. Let me get the music playing. One sec. Alright, there we go. That should be working. Alright, cool. We don't have an echo. Alright. Everything should be fine. Okay. Let me get booted up. Alright, let's get on in. Okay. Let's get loaded in. Alright. Let's get loaded on in. Alright, we got the weekly reset and all the other stuff related to that. Let me claim the things here. What's World Chat up to? Okay. Alright, let's see. Alright, let me invite my alt here. Okay. Let's get the dailies done. We'll do that first. What do I get today? What do I have? Oh shit. What the hell? Why did it reset the counter thingy there? Fuck, I accidentally siphoned Asperia. Oh great, that's gonna be a pain. I accidentally clicked Asperia, what the hell? I did it on both of them. That is so Pepega. Alright then. Oh, well, it is what it is. Alright. I can't believe I selected the wrong one. Oh, wait. I'm only gonna do the one for gold nucleus then. Because I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. God, I haven't done Asperia dailies in forever. It's been like, what, how many years? I accidentally clicked on the wrong one. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the rest of them. I don't know why it reset my freaking, thing. My list. But it did. But I'm not gonna do Asperia dailies. I don't need the things there. Okay. Indoor zone, get that. I'm gonna have to like manually dig through to find network again tomorrow. Okay. Let's get loaded on in though. But yeah, I'm not gonna do the rest of the wrong dailies. Since they have no value. But yeah, hi there, bootleg gamer. Welcome, welcome. Right, we're gonna have to go do join ops and a bunch of other stuff in a bit. Alright. How many data sources do I have? Alright, there we go. Hi, Grimjaw. Welcome, welcome. I just realized the freaking OBS froze. Oh, I fixed it. Okay. Let's get back to the thing, though. Pretty sure it's faster to do this as Volt. And I just do the join op skip. Right, we just do the skip. Because we can just do the skip this way. What 7 out of 10 song? What? What the hell is a 7 out of 10 song? But there you go. Probably not. Because I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is, so... It was from his channel, really. Which one was it? Because, like, I'm not sure what that is. The, 7 out of 10 song. I'm not sure. It was made by Foxhole, so then, no. I did not. I did not listen to it. But that's something. Alright, on to the next one. Right, because we gotta do our weeklies. I still have to do the new event as well. You added it in Reacts? Okay, cool. 7 out of 10 song. Let's see. Do I just play it? Here, let me play it then. Alright, let me find it. He played it at the start of his live stream. I didn't see his last live stream. So... Wait. Okay, here. Oh, there you go. What the hell is this?
Woke up one day, story dropped online. Genocide said, yeah, it's good, but it ain't divine. 7 out of 10, no malice, no hate, but the cool dogs foamed up like he spit on the plate.
What the hell
They
is
grabbed the
this?
pitchforks, jumped on the mics. How dare you disrespect our perfect hype? Discord's burning, Nex is in flames, all over one guy not playing their game. 7 out of 10. Woof, woof, woof. Road dogs crashing.
Yeah, you can tell.
Again. Woof, 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 woof. 7 out of 10. Woof, 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 woof. Barking online 'cause they can't comprehend. thing has caused me emotional damage. I will now write 16 paragraphs explaining why you're wrong, while completely proving you were right the whole time. 7 out of 10! It's not the end of the world, my friend! But kudos don't hear the call, they'd rather see the fandom fall.
This is definitely a vibe.
7 out of 10! Woof, 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 woof. Chromosomes crashing out again. Woof, 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 woof. 7 out of 10. Woof, 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 woof. Barking online 'cause they can't comprehend. And thus, history was made. One score to rule them all. One score to find them. One score to make the Kurodos lose their damn minds.
That is definitely a song of all time. That is definitely a song of all time. That is definitely something. No wonder he played it. But yeah. Fair enough. 7 out of 10 song. Alright, that is definitely a song of all time. Pretty funny for what it is. I mean, yeah, 7 out of 10 is typically the kind of rating you would give something if you don't really like it, but you want to be nice. You're trying to be overly nice or generous over it, so you just reluctantly give the 7, usually. Right, 3s and 7s are very commonly picked ratings for things when people are asked to give things a number. Yeah, I mean, because that's what it really means, man. That's just reality. Whether they accept it or not. Whether they like it or not. That is just reality. They can get their 7 out of 10 song. Alright. It is what it is. Definitely a song of all time. How's the progress? It's going, Bahamut. It's going. It's going. Alright. Of course, I'm out of backpack space. Alright, eventually I'm gonna need to clean out gear on my ult. Let's do a Raiden final trial. Alright, let's see ya. The BGM list, oh boy. Hi Flagger. Welcome, welcome. That song, man. I'll play it again. It's like, what the hell? That 7 out of 10 song is just hilarious. Just add it into the list just randomly. Would be hilarious. A 7 out of 10 song. It is a vibe. Like, what the hell is this?
Woke up one day, story dropped online. Genocide said, yeah, it's good, but it ain't divine. 7 out of 10, no malice, no hate. But the Kuru dogs foamed up like he spit on the plate. They grabbed their pitchforks, jumped on the mics. How dare you disrespect our perfect hype? Discord's burning, Nex is in flames. All over one guy.
It is a song. We just need to get a couple more people.
Paragraph threads like a Bible verse, explaining why that score's a curse. Bro, did you even play the game? The lore's so deep, your take's just lame. Copium clouds fill the midnight air, while Genocide just chilling in his gamer chair.
Where?
Memes get made, the drama spreads, and woo Twitter's losing their heads.
Oh, now you can get the sign.
Your opinion has caused me
Alright.
emotional
Oggo sign is finally
damage.
there.
16 paragraphs explaining why you're wrong.
Now you can actually obtain it for swiping.
You were right the whole time.
You couldn't before.
It's not the end of the world, my friend. But kudos don't hear the call. They'd rather see the fandom fall.
What even is the raid this week? Matrix hacking. Oh, it's that one. Oh, we got Aster Tank. Okay. We'll do raid first.
History was made. One score to rule them all. One score to find them. One score to make the Kurodos lose their damn minds.
This song, man. This 7 out of 10 song. It is a song. It is definitely a song of all time. It is definitely... It is definitely a song. An intro song being 7 out of 10 song. Would be funny. keep failing to line up the ball, man. Whatever. Okay. I guess we just ignore mechanics? Screw mechanics. We're doing damage instead. I guess. There we go. Forget mechanics. We're doing we just do damage instead. Yeah, that works, I guess. I guess that works. If it works, it works, right? If it works, it works. Just do damage instead. Forget the mechanics. But yeah. Right, as long as it works, right? If it works, it works. But yeah, that 7 out of 10 song is... It's truly... some... Oh, great. Oh, we froze for a sec. Good old Unreal Engine causing those problems. I shouldn't manga protagonist. Welcome, welcome. We were just listening to a weird ass song that for some reason exists earlier. You just missed it. A 7 out of 10 song. That was cleared. There goes, final trial. Easy. The 7 out of 10 song is, it's truly something. It's truly something. It definitely exists. That's for sure. It is definitely something that exists, and it's definitely a vibe. Anyways, we gotta slowly upgrade that belt. Cool, we got +1 black gold. Why? Why do you have these dumb AI songs, man? The fuck? Where are these coming from? He's like, bruh. What the hell? I accidentally selected Asperia Daily somehow. So... yeah. It is what it is. I guess they were close to the teleporter, so it's not that bad. And like, we can actually like fly around anyways. So it's kind of just like whatever. Yeah, unfortunately no data sources though. Data sources, data sources. Tomato, tomato, potato, tomato. But yeah, that song is just something. The 7 out of 10 song. Alright, sure. What is this Concord's Dead song? Hopefully I'll be fine. You know, I'll play it after the current one's over. like, yeah. Oh yeah, I was also like digging through and adding up my hours for Snowbreak. I somehow still need to hit like another 14 and a half stream hours in Snowbreak. I'm like, what the fuck am I gonna do for 14 and a half hours? To meet the quota. Like, bruh. 14 and a half hours, like, the fuck? So I'll have to figure that out eventually. I have to do Snowbreak stuff. I hate when they change the system to fix something else because it was broken, because then they fixed my loophole. It's probably the last time I'm gonna bother to get everything, because like the current thing, no, like the thing is with Snowbreak, right? For the current Snowbreak patch, they're gonna give something special if you hit everything. So like, that's the only reason why I'm actually gonna try to get the full 40 hours. After that, like, I'm just done. I'm like, I'm not gonna be bothered anymore. Because, like, it's kind of like a pain. And it's super papega to do it as it is. Like, they want an insane amount. It's just like asking for way too much. That, like, after I get the thing, I'm like, yeah, I'm done. Like, that's pretty much it, man. Okay. Oh well, it is what it is. It's not ranking stuff, it's like the weird shit where you have to meet certain quotas. And it's just like, the things that they're asking for are ridiculous. Like, they're really absurd. That I'm like, after the current one, like, I get the thing, I'm just done. Like, at this point it kind of feels that way, yeah. It is just dumb. What they want and what they're asking for. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. Let's see. Oh, Rudolph's gonna spawn soon. Let's go kill Rudolph. I don't know, man. It's kind of like a bit late for that anyways. To do a Snowbreak AFK stream. I don't even know if those count. Or whatever. Right, like, I don't know. Oh well, it is what it is. Oh, here, let's play your Concord's Dead song.
Imagine a hero shooter where the hero never showed. Imagine a game with a player base that just refused to grow. A 5v5 hero shooter with gameplay that's just okay. And characters that remind me of Tupperware and white bread.
What?
No, I'm not talking about Overwatch. Please stop bringing up Overwatch. This game is not Overwatch. It's actually something else. Imagine a game with a story that no one watches. A game that costs $40 that Sony totally botches. It has all my favorite characters, like Lemmy, Dawn, and Craig. At least I think that's what their names are. I never bothered to check. Concord like the grave. Your legacy is safe as a game that no one played, and a price that no one paid.
Yep, nobody definitely paid that.
Concord was about as good as accidentally peeing on your own leg. Concord, we're here to lay you to rest. We know you tried your best. You copied so much cool stuff just to turn out lame in the end. I'll never forget my favorite moments, like when Hot Sauce Guy jumped. Remember when he jumped? That was really cool. A rat just ran by on my desk, and even the rat didn't want to play Concord, even though I blessed him with the chance. The $40 he could afford, but the rat just stared on in a trance. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's dead. Rat, 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 rat. Concord's
Really
dead.
dumb
The
song.
Costco guys made more money than you. They were just on Jimmy Fallon too. Imagine Lennox being on Jimmy Fallon, because I literally can't. The rat on my desk is eating all my Cheerios and grapes, and also Concord is dead. Concord like the grave. Your legacy is safe.
This is like so bad, but so funny at the same time. It's so stupid.
A guy said he really liked it, and then a bunch of rats ate his face.
That's just so random.
When Concord passed away, I wish things turned out different, but either way I'm getting paid. Concord's dead, Concord's dead, and boy is my face red. When the game came out, everybody overslept. Concord's dead, Concord's dead. Holy crap, Lois, Concord's dead. When the game out, people played everything else instead.
Yeah, like the whole thing makes no sense, but like, it's funny regardless. It's funny because it makes no sense with some of it. It's like, what the hell? Alright, Dream Machine time. I was about to, it's... Oh great, it was gonna autoplay a different song after. I've never used this one. But it's all because of this one, man. If this one didn't exist, we wouldn't have gone down there. This is just so stupid. But it exists. It gives you like a what? Like a retro vibe with the song, though, the start.
Woke up one day, story dropped online. Genocide said, yeah, it's good, but it ain't divine. 7 out of 10, no malice, no hate. But the coup dogs foamed up like he spit on the plate. They grabbed the pitchforks, jumped on the mics. How dare you disrespect our perfect hype? Discord's burning, Nexus in flames. All over one guy not playing their game. 7 out of 10. Woof, 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 woof.
Yeah, it feels like the True Survivor song, yeah. But yeah, definitely a vibe there.
Paragraph threads like a Bible verse, explaining why that score's a curse. Bro, did you even play the game? The lore's so deep,
You know the irony about the thing, it's like, do you ever wonder why all those people get account pilots for their games? Maybe because they don't actually want to play them. Like, just maybe, you know? Maybe they don't want to actually do the stuff in there. Just maybe, you know?
Proving you were right the whole time. 7 out of 10.
Right, just maybe.
It's not the end of the world, my friend. But kudos don't hear the call. They'd rather see the phantom fall.
I'm doing my ult machine. Expensive way to do auto battle. Yeah. And then, like, when you realize it, though, like, logically and mathematically speaking, it's not worth it. You're always going to be at a net loss using those services. If your goal is to be, like, positive in terms of something else, like, you're going to be at a net loss. Versus, like, the alternative. And, like, pretty sure, like, just the swiping is also more cost effective. Just swiping normally. Like, that's just the reality. With some of those services as well. But yeah, hi Taro, welcome, welcome. Well, it is what it is. But yeah, that 7 out of 10 song. Definitely a vibe. I mean, like, the problem is the open world is completely worthless. It's just there to take a marketing checkbox, man. And then the entirety of the gameplay just ends up being the fucking checkbox simulator. Which is just, oof. Who wants to do checkbox simulator? Yeah, I'm doing fine. Right, like imagine, just you end up doing checkbox simulator for all of it. It's like, bruh. Exactly, it's like, and they like this shit over and attack Genshin, it's like, bruh. You don't like Genshin, why the fuck you wanna play a clone of it? It's like, gee, yeah. Like, why would you want to play a clone of it if you don't like the original? They're also not gonna like the majority of Ubisoft games either. That's for sure. It's not respecting your time when they want you to do shit constantly, man. What's funny though is, like, the reality is this. Like, if I'm actually, like, just taking a step back to, like, think about it, right? The amount of time you would spend to do shit in there, like, regularly. Let's say you spend, like, half an hour a day doing dailies or whatever. Doing your dailies, spending your whatever, and then logging off. That's, like, what? How much is that in a week? That's 3.5 hours. Bro, when I used to play WoW, there were weeks when I wouldn't even, like, spend even close to that on WoW logged in. Right, and, like, and then there, of course, there were times where I spent way more than that back when I used to play it. But also, it didn't have the freaking forced shore BS or what any of those other BS that they had there. A lot of the time when I used to play WoW was like I was doing stuff because I wanted to, not because I needed to maintain anything. It is what it is, man. Like, the reality is they have all the worst aspects of modern MMOs without having the MMO part. All the worst parts, but amplified. And then they still have nothing. That's what a lot of them just end up being like. No, you still get power creep regardless, man. But like, you're basically forced to maintain it, otherwise you can't do anything. Like, if you don't maintain it, the thing becomes literally unplayable. That's the reality. It's not even power creep or whatever. It's just straight up unplayable. Like, that's one of the other things there, too. Like, it's just straight up unplayable. Let's say you want to go get the newest character when they come out, but you haven't touched the game in literal months or years. You get the character and they're completely unusable because you didn't get all the materials and resources there because they're all time gated and locked behind the daily stamina farms, the stamina stuff you gotta deal with, weekly material drops. This is, I'm not even getting on the fact that, like, in some cases they're releasing defective half units so that they can force you to get another half unit to make them usable. But I'm not even taking that aspect in. I'm just talking about, like, straight up. Now, here's the thing though, like, even if you, let's say you took a break for an extended period of time and then you come back. And let's say you want to get the newest character and you get the newest character. What comes next? What comes next after you do get them? And you haven't touched the thing in months, years, or whatever. You know, what comes next? Right? Before you can even use them. Literally unplayable. And then you have to go through the process of getting all those materials and stuff. And fuck that shit. Like, fuck no. Right, like, fuck no to that. But yeah. Oh yeah, I guess it is the anniversary for the game. Although that was like 2 days ago. But yeah. I need my dream machines. Yeah, and like there's the pulling for weapons and stuff. Endgame was just a scam. Right, like I've always said. It is what it is, man. And the thing is too, unlike MMOs, there's no catch-up feature either. Like, you take a break for extended period of time, you won't get a catch-up feature when you go get the next character or whatever. You're basically stuck starting from scratch every single time. Especially when they want to come up with some new bullshit flavor of mint for them or whatever. It's like, bruh. No. But that's what we get there. Yep, they sell you power, man. None of your shit matters. And then, like, they care too much about endgame when, like, the endgame is dog shit. Right, hi, Tayo. Welcome, welcome. Alright, it's like, who gives a fuck, man? Right, and like, if you have to pull for power to clear something, and you're only trying to clear it for more premium currency, that's when it's time to stop. That's when it's obvious you should stop. Extremely obvious you should stop. But like, people don't get it, man. Because they don't try to rationalize and think, oh, what's the actual cost? And will I actually get it back? And the answer is never. Well, technically the answer is in a couple of decades, but like, let's be real. They're not gonna be playing it for like 30 years. Right? They're not gonna be doing this shit, the same shit for 30 years. Nor will the game last for 30 years. You have to be on some extreme level of copium to think so. Yeah, like when you think about it. If your goal is to get more premium currency, give up. Just give up. Because it makes no sense. That's why, like, they should completely remove all premium currency from endgame content. Because it is extremely predatory because of how fucking stupid people are. So they think they have to go after it without thinking if it's even worth it or whether they should. Like, that's just the reality, and I'm all for removing that type of stuff. They should be set to 0. Yep. Like, they should completely set it to 0 and not give anything. It is extremely predatory. And, like, realistically speaking, it's not fucking worth it. It's never worth it. Just, like, thinking logically. It's not worth it. Yeah, I think at one point I'll just make a video on the whole topic. And then, like, post it on the Reddit thing there or whatever. The r/gotcha came here to see what happens, I guess. What is this mecha auto? Oh, this. And of course I spawn dead. Of course I do. Which one's the real mech? You know what? Whatever. Like, I don't know what the fuck is going on. We get in some sort of weird docking? the mechs are, yeah, just shoot them all dead. I don't know what the hell is going on here. Yeah, they're knocking into each other. I don't know. Either way, we got the mechs fused into each other. Yeah, that is definitely something. Right, that is definitely something. The gun is still shooting at me too. Like, what the fuck? Why? It is like super bugged. Oh god. Alright. We go kill these ones. Oh, oh great. Am I stuck? What the hell? They think they don't realize it's all gear. It's like you gotta min-max everything. Every piece of stat helps. I don't know, man. He wants me to look at his gears. 100k attack. His Titan, 18 weak point. Okay. No, his stats are worse. Visor is like min-maxing for crit alone is very big. Not been maxed. Engine. What are the pieces called again? Engine. Exo. Reactor. Over. Oh, the last one. Alright. Alright. And then, like, otherwise, last 20 to 30% of damage is going from all A6 4-piece to A6 4-piece 3-star. Alright, let's get warped on over. And kill and loot the next one. Alright, might as well get these done now. Alright, we can get these done now. What the hell? I don't know what the hell was going on there. But my game was having like a mini seizure. Alright, that side's destroyed. You actually like it? Wait, it's actually good for making shields? Alright, let's go destroy this one. I see. You can only use the old one on the left part. Alright, cool. Now we gotta loot it. Doo 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 doo. It's like, yeah, it'll slightly boost your damage, but... How many times did we loot? Only like 3 times. We only looted like 3 times or something, right? Oh yeah, where is the drum set action? The drum kit one. Yeah, I need to get 2 more. I think 2 or 3 more of those ones done, and then I have to like farm the other boss. But yeah, this thing is gonna take a while to get upgraded. That'll take a while. But then when I get those, then all my stats can go up. Okay. Let's go work on the next thing then. I guess I'll just go kill another one of these. I might as well finish these ones now then. Do, do, do. Is it actually not great on PS5? I've never played it on PS5, so I don't know. But yeah, like, I tried to play it on a controller once, but like, this is not the kind of game I would play on a controller. Well, at least there's cross-save now between like all the platforms, but like, yeah. I honestly would not play it on PS5 either. Because like, yeah. I can imagine, for some of the things, the controls may not be the greatest. It definitely works a lot better on keyboard and mouse. And I don't know if you can even plug in a keyboard and mouse on the PS5 version. Because I know some games on PlayStation do allow for keyboard and mouse. Yeah, especially for the mech. With some of the inputs that you might end up doing, because the amount of buttons you have might not be the greatest for a controller. Or your inputs are a bit more limited. But like, yeah, it is what it is. Alright, that's destroyed. Let's get this thing destroyed. There goes that one. I gotta destroy this thing's feet. Alright, this thing's almost destroyed. Wait, which foot is left? Oh, here. No. I'm... What? Oh. I didn't destroy that thing. This thing thing's so jank because it keeps moving around. There we go. Alright, we gotta go destroy this thing. There we go. Who the hell just joined my team? Whatever. Oh, because it was set to Matrix hacking. I don't know why it was set to Matrix hacking. That is weird. That is not what I'm doing. I already did the weekly raid challenge earlier at the start of the stream. But like, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Extra flowing. they don't. But here's the thing, though. When we were doing it earlier, nobody was doing the mechanics, and nobody wiped. It's got nerfed to the point where, like, we can just brute force it. We can, like, just straight up brute force it now. Which is what we ended up doing earlier. We were brute forcing it. It took like 4 minutes. Yeah, like, it's the ball raid. I don't know, man. If you have a strong enough group of people doing every role, you can just brute force it. Although, to be fair, when I did it earlier, we had Fiona execute and we had the Aster thing to reduce his HP at the start. So we didn't have to deal with a boss with its maximum HP pool. Right, it's like minus 24% HP at the from the boss like that. I guess it just depends on what your setup ends up being. Fair enough. Alright, let's go destroy this thing. Come on. Right, next foot. And then I get to destroy this thing. Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, that's the problem with just gacha gamers in general, man. They lack the intelligence to handle raid mechanics. Let's be real. You're asking too much out of them. They're just straight up incapable of doing it. Any challenge that you can't whale your way out of is too much to ask. Alright, anything where you actually have to do something. It's way too much to ask of them. It's way too much. But you know, it is what it is. Alright, it is what it is. And what it is funny in its own way. Right. But yeah, that's just how things are. Yeah, just watch from the sidelines, exactly. All fun and games when you don't have to deal with it and just watch from the sidelines. Oh cool, I can finally get those there. But yeah, just slowly getting all the things, you know? Mm-hmm. Oh, nice. Congrats on finally hitting 20G. Wait, that's a massive jump, man, hitting 20G. God damn. Right, goddamn, now you're at 20G. But yeah, that's crazy. Now you're doing 20G damage. Alright, thanks for the follow as well, Jirio. Do I have to go mining? Yeah, I do. I have to go mining again. I guess we gotta go back to Yurden for the mines. You wouldn't hit 30 if you just wailed for 3-star though. Not 30, but more like 25k. I'm not 25. 25, 26G, not 30. You're not gonna get that big of a jump. You're not gonna get that big. But you'll hit like 25, 26G if you're going from like thing. Okay, you're not gonna get that big of a jump. It's not that massive. Yeah, and that was with all the things though. Alright. I have to go mining. Do I do the mining now? Or do I do it later?
Need my help? That'll be 1 carrot cake, please.
Ready to explore the stars together?
What? New command?
So who do I need it on now?
New journey?
I was just Echo, Pepper, Hilda, and Biling now.
Do you need my help?
They're the only one I don't have that thing on.
Please look forward to my performance. Are we starting a new journey?
Okay. Cool. I'm basically just missing it on those ones. Time to go mining. there's only one ore here. Where the hell are all the ores? I yearn for the mines. No, I just need the credits, man. They're technically marked on the map without being marked for them on the map too. Because like you just gotta look for where the rock thingies are. And they're within the area. Alright. I do find it was funny though. They were like, they said they yearn for the mines. Like, what the fuck? Out of all the things they said, they yearn for the mines. It's like, bro, what? And the fact they put in the freaking what, Minecraft movie? Like, that is obviously not what they mean by the kids the yearning for the mines. And then, like, Steve is like, nah. Wait. Now that I think about it, there's probably like a video that just reads the whole original quote. Let me see. It just is, man. Let's see if I can find the origin of the children yearn for the mines. I think here we go. We're on YouTube. Let's see this. Let's see. The children yearn for the mines. What? Wow, streamer literally shits himself. Okay then. That's the Minecraft movie clip. Weewa HP is inflated, is an inflation disaster. What is that? And that video will be deleted soon. For some reason. What's the origin of it? The origin quote. Why the children yearn for the mines? What is this?
Minecraft is a game that in recent years has garnered a following larger than anybody could have ever imagined. But is there something darker behind it? Is this game, beloved by children around the world, secretly manipulating them for one nefarious purpose?
This is probably not what we're looking for. I want the origin of it. Let's see Google. Here we go. The children yearn for the mines. It was in prominent political posts back in 2023. The children yearn for the mines.
We did it. Child mining and labor is back. Iowa is
Nope. I want the original quote, man. Where's the original quote? Yeah. It's a meme from 2023 that got referenced. No. It was in early 2022. It had to do with like some laws or something. But it came from an old tweet in 2022 about some child labor law being repealed as like a joke. Oh well, we couldn't find like a funnier quote thing. But like you see the kids, they yearn for the mines. And then they just inserted the Minecraft movie. But that wasn't what it was meant to represent. Completely changing the meaning. Yeah, you see the miners, they need to be miners. Right? The miners need to be miners too. Miners. The minors need to be miners. That's why the children, they yearn for the mines. It all makes sense now. It all makes sense. It all makes sense, you know? The miners need to become miners. And that's why they yearn for the mines. Where are my ores? Fastest way to tune a piano? I have no idea. I don't know anything about tuning pianos. Drop it down a mine shot, you'll get an A flat minor. I know, you'll get a flat minor. I guess. I guess that works. I know it's a key. But yeah. Alright, on to the next one. We need to get all the ores. Right, we need to get more of them. Gotta get all the ores. Alright. Up it over here. Nope, nothing down there. On to the next one. Gotta get all the ores. At least it's easier to get credits than thing. Because I just do this. Instead of like running around trying to find. Alright. But that's cool, I guess. You got your fake 3-liner. On to the next one. It's like over there. Fair enough. An increase is an increase. But imagine getting good RNG. Imagine. If only it was that easy. Imagine getting good RNG on anything, man. It's a lot easier to imagine an ass drinking Dasani. If you remember that thing. A lot easier to imagine an ass drinking Dasani. If only there was RNG manip. If only, imagine. Like, of course it would get used and abused, but like, imagine. Do, 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 do. Right, on to the next one. The next point of interest. No words there. Alright, how about here? Alright, got that one. Anything else here? Nope. On's over there then. Let's see if I can get more. Yep, there's a bunch of ores here. Right, little black hole thing. Very useful for mining. Alright, you see, mining isn't so hard. Just use a portable black hole cannon thing. And you'll instantly get everything in there. Guaranteed to work. Alright, just use a mini black hole launcher thing. Works every time. Guaranteed. Right, on to the next one. Over there, then over there. Do 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 do. Let's see. Do, do, do. Over here, do we got anything? Nope. Over here though. Let's see what else is here. Ooh, there's more. I'm having all of that. Yes, please. More ores, more good. Right, gotta get all the companion ores. Right, we need all the ores to make a cube out of these ores, right? We're gonna we're gonna grind up all the ores into a powder, and then turn them into the shape of a cube. It'll be your companion, the companion ore cube. The companion cube. And then I'm gonna have to make you, go down a test track and throw it down an incinerator. But don't worry, I'll give you a portal gun to do it. You'll get a portal gun to do it. To go down, the deadly, test track with the companion cube, and then you have to burn it at the end. And then there will be cake. There will be cake. Alright, there will be cake. Right, there will be cake there. Speaking of cake, actually, what's funny is apparently randomly the other day, Portal got like another like mini hotfix patch just out of the blue. Like when I was like just looking at what the hell is going on, like while sitting on my Steam Deck, I'm like, what the fuck? There was a they're freaking patch notes for Portal in 2025. Because Valve for some reason did another minor hotfix to something in Portal. Old ass games still getting hotfixes in 2025. Like, what the hell? And not what I would expect. But yeah. It happened. They just had a random hotfix for something. I don't know what was broken, but there was apparently a minor update fix to Portal 1. The OG Portal. In 2025. Over here. Do we get any more ores here? Nope, not down there. Up over here, nope. Alright, we're almost done anyways. Almost done getting them all. Nope, not there. But we're almost done. But yeah, it is nice and convenient though, like all the spots with ore, all the main spots you would check are conveniently marked. Alright, they're conveniently marked. So you can just go there and loot the ore. Very conveniently marked on the map like that. Alright, I need to use the washroom. I'm gonna be right back. Okay, I'm back. I had to use the washroom. I thought I put in the be right back scene. I guess it borked and then push the button. I thought I pushed the button on my stream deck. Oh well, whatever. Oh, I have to like restart the stream deck software. Yeah, I'm back. I had to just quickly use the washroom. Well, that took a couple of minutes. Alright, let's see. Yeah, no, I just needed to use the washroom. Yeah, no, I just either that or the button didn't work. It's probably just the stream deck button's a bit borked. Yeah, I'll probably have to restart the stream deck software. Because the button wasn't working. But yeah. No, I'm fine. Okay. Where's the other stuff here? Ooh, more ores. Just what I need. More ores. Oh yeah, I just needed to use the washroom. And I used it. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, let's go grab this stuff here. Let's see. I mean, it really just depends on what I'm doing in there. That's all. And I got the things here. Got almost all of them. Alright, let's go grab the stuff here. Alright, how many more do we need to get? Oh yeah, there's still the bottom area. So we gotta go to the upper area too. Nope, nothing there. grab all of these. Alright, on to the next one. Gotta make sure I get all of the ores here. I thought I stopped yearning for the mines, oh boy. I don't actually yearn for the mines, man. I'm just grabbing these because I need the credits. I need the credits, man. And this is how we get the credits. Alright, gotta get all the ores here. Alright, anything else here? Nope. Okay. But yeah, I need to also figure out though how I'm gonna hit the last 14.5 hours of my snowbreak quota thing. Because that needs to be done as well. We're gonna need to get that done. But yeah. Oh, now the ores spawn in. Yeah, you finally caught me. You missed the song earlier, though. You missed when we were listening to the AI song earlier. It was a funny-ass AI song. About, 7 out of 10s. The 7 out of 10 song. You missed it. The 7 out of 10 song. Best song. No, it's not. It's not that one. The AI Azure Familiar video was funny though. Wait, what short? What? But no. It's not that. It's the 7 out of 10 AI song. Alright. The 7 out of 10 AI song. It is quite a song. It is definitely one of the songs of all time. Definitely one of the songs of all time. Right, it is definitely one of the songs of all time. But yeah. You come here to one of the few times I'm actually playing top in top category. And I'm getting ore in the mines. That's the gameplay we have here. Peak gameplay, I'm mining for ore because I need credits. Alright, I think I got all the ores. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got them all. Now time to submit them. Alright, time to submit all the ores. But yeah. You ready for a few days? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to whatever goes on there, man. You think I give a fuck about hate watching? Like, bruh, no. Why the hell would I? Why would I waste my time like that? That's dumb. Alright, why would I? Alright, let's see. Oh, we didn't get any RNG purple ores. That's unfortunate. But yeah. All the clickbaits and whatever, yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But you know, shit happens, you know? Shit happens. Shit happens. I feel like, yeah, like that's just the reality, man. For those types of streams, just look up all the information later. Right? It's like, why look at it like thing? Just like, why waste your time when it's happening? Just come back later with all the news. If you actually care that much enough about it. That way you can skip all the fluff. And if you really want to go back, just watch the VOD later. That's how we treat those types of things. Right, like that's how I treat those game presentation live stream things for the most part. Unless we're gonna like put it up on stream for a reacting thing, I don't pay attention to any of those things at all. Like I just don't. Right, like it is what it is. Exactly, just look up some reason thing. Why waste time? Right, it's like going out of your way to watch a really long ad. Like, why waste your time to watch an ad? Right, imagine like wasting your time to just go sit and watch an ad. Right, kinda weird when you think about it. So like, what I do is I just don't. Problem solved. I just don't do that. Oh wait, are there more ores here? I never bothered to check. Did they is like there more ores in there? Yeah, it's like imagine going out of the way when you're sleeping or doing something else. It's like, bruh. Not worth it. Let's see. Any ores here? Exactly, why skip? Like, why not just skip those things? And just get all the information after the fact. But yeah, that's just how I treat those things. No ores? Is it really just for decoration here? I'm not seeing any ores there. That's unfortunate, no ores here. Yeah, nothing there. You like the second map more? Fair enough. The second map is a lot more confusing though. With the indoor-outdoor shit. But like, yeah. It is what it is. Yeah, fair enough. The teleports help though. They do help a lot, having the teleports. That's fair. Uh... Do, 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 do. Oh, I guess that means the test server for Lechesis is next week. Lechesis testing next week, guys. That'll be cool. They apparently sent people the NDAs for the Lechesis test server. Though I don't have to bother to fill one out because I always get access. So no worries for me. But that's nice. We'll get Lechesis testing soon. Do, 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 do. Yeah, she Flame, but she's also Benediction. She's also Benediction, you know? She's not just Flame, she's also Benediction. So take that what you will. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, let's go to the next one. I need my dream machines. Oh cool, that's my last one for my main bot. My ult still needs to get its dream machines. What? Let's go do it all the way for Robarg. Right, because why not? Why not? God damn it. I'm trying to run back. Alright, then we gotta get the last stream machine for my alt. Alright, let's see. Oh, it's about to respawn as well. Cool. Hi again. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let's go do the thing. There goes Robarg. Robarg is dead. I'm gonna make sure I get all of these done. Okay, my alt got its last stream machine to spawn. Alright, I just need to get 2 more. Let's just go kill Rudolph. Not really, no. I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything new or crazy going on. But I do know one thing. I do know one thing. And what I do know is that someone made this shitpost song. I'll go play it again. For your pleasure. Alright. Here you go. Oh, I heard about that. I don't know the details though. But like, it's their problem, man. They deserve to get fucked. This song is... it's something, man. 7 out of 10. Good. They can implode on them on their own. They always fight, exactly.
Dear viewer, your opinion has caused me emotional damage. I will now write 16 paragraphs explaining why you're wrong, while completely proving you were right the whole time. 7 out of 10! It's not the end of the world, my friend! But kudos don't hear the call, they'd rather see the fandom fall.
Someone posted it on my Discord, man. It's in my React section on Discord. Grindard posted it there. I don't know where the source is. He just posted it in my Discord.
And thus, history was made. One score to rule them all. One score to find them.
It's
One score to make
7 out of 10.
lose their damn minds.
Yeah, I think he quit for good. He probably actually quit, I'm not sure. But I'm guessing he's done. I'm like surprised he lasted that long though. Like I remember when even when during the beta of UWA, like when I played the beta, I was like already burnt out. I was already like instantly burnt out of it when I played the beta. I only forced myself to look through more just to see how much worse it would get. Cause like I did play the beta when way back in the day. It was rough. And the release wasn't any better. Actually, the release had even more problems. Yeah, he won't quit the React though. At this point, he won't. But yeah, the song is something. I'm gonna pin it. I pinned it. The 7 out of 10. Right? Because he's actually playing those ones. Right?
Woke up one day, story dropped
Yeah, it's pinned in my Discord.
outside, said yeah, it's good, but it ain't
You're not in my Discord server?
out of 10. No malice, no hate, but the cool dogs foamed up like he spit on the plate. They grabbed
I pinned it on the React channel.
mics. How dare you disrespect our perfect
It's on the React channel list.
Reinx is in flames all over one guy not playing their game. 7 out of 10. Woof, 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 woof.
Damn.
Road dogs crashing out again. Woof, 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 woof. 7 out of 10. Woof, woof, woof. Barking on
This song is just something, man.
paragraph threads like a Bible verse, explaining why that score's a curse. Bro, did you even play the game? The lore's so deep, your take's just lame. Copium clouds fill the midnight air, while Jenna's out just chilling in his gamer chair. Memes get made, the drama spreads, and woo
Yeah, let them tear each other apart.
heads. Dear viewer,
Good.
your opinion has caused me emotional damage. I will now write 16 paragraphs explaining why you're wrong, while completely proving you were right the whole time. 7 out of 10!
Either growl. It's not the end of the world, my friend. It's 7 out of 10. What a thing to just jump into.
Thus, history was made. One score to rule them all. One score to find them. One score to make the Kurodos lose their damn minds.
It's good enough, right? It's a solid 7 out of 10. But yeah. It's something. No. I haven't done that yet. All I know is I also have to stream 14 and a half more hours of, Snowbreak this patch. I gotta get that done at some point. To finish my quotas. How many more days until the next Snowbreak patch drops again? I need to figure out how I'm gonna, like, fill time. In Snowbreak category and stuff. And how many days I have left. Yeah, now you gotta find it on YouTube because it is gold. It is definitely gold. Oh, there's my icon bracket. Oh, I got someone else. Was that a bug abuser? Probably. Doesn't matter. The chatter will play it every time, every day. Exactly! Because it's 7 out of 10. A solid score, you know? Not really, but yeah. It's a 7 out of 10 song for a 7 out of 10 game. If that's what they want to look at it as. I look at it as the opposite of that, though. The inverse of that. But, like, yeah. Well, I guess not technically that one. You put the number in there, then just thing. The 7 out of 10 is more like 1 or 2 or 3 out of 10. I mean, that's what happens, man. He created it, and then he, with his behavior, they all acted like him, and then now he's, turning on them. It is what it is. But that's how he farms engagement, man. That's his whole strategy to farm engagement. Right? He just farms engagement, and that's all. He's just farming them, man. Because Woola is so dead, he needs to keep them engaged, and that's one of the ways he does it. It's so dead, and then, like, okay, how does he keep him engaged? Be the drama, exactly. He's doing it on purpose. He's done it before, he's done it again. It's like, why are you not surprised? But like, yeah, it is what it is. Right, it is what it is. Oh, North America. If you're on the if you're on the non PlayStation servers, then I'm on North America. On any of the North American servers, because they're all connected. No, I did not. Do you think I go and hate watch their shit, man? Bro, I don't do hate watching, man. I don't do that shit. Hate watching is dumb. Cause like the thing is with hate watching, you're giving the people what they want. Especially if they're farming drama. You're giving them exactly what they want. And only encouraging them to keep doing it. But also it's like if you don't want something, why do you wanna try to force it into your feed? You know? But like, yeah, I didn't see it. Because like, yeah, I don't do hate watching or whatever. It's dumb. Either he's a clown or he's doing it on purpose. To farm engagement. Who knows, man? Either it's just a 5-head move to farm as much engagement as he can and grift all over it, or like he is just that stupid. Yep, what do you expect, man? I guess it has to respond back. Exactly, you might as well put your time into something useful instead. Imagine hate watching. Right, it's kinda dumb when you think about it. Exactly. But yeah, like, already done with weeklies. We done the weeklies. Nice and easy and quick. I mean, it is what it is, man. I mean, like, for me, there's a lot of things I don't like about and hate in WoWa. But at the same time, it doesn't matter where those things are put because I will always hate them if they're placed in other things too. Like, it's not because it's in WoWa that I hate it, but rather it's just I hate a lot of those aspects as a whole. Doesn't matter where it is. Like, if I don't like something, I don't like it. Don't matter where they put it. It's just that, like, Lua just happens to have like a crazy combination of a lot of things I dislike. And they're combined and amplified and made worse. Because there's just too many things combined. But then they also have nothing to make me willing to tolerate it. So end result, I don't bother touching it. Zero plans so far for Warp Server. Yeah, there's nothing on it. The Warp Server isn't even out in China yet. They're releasing the Warp Server later this month. I mean, like, there are some interesting things with PGR. Like, I do like the concept of the orb pinging stuff like that and using that thing in there. It's just that the rest of the game ends up falling flat and just ends up being extremely flashy. And, like, the thing is, like, a lot of the issues that you're seeing now slowly creep up in, WoWa, I mean, they were all in PGR, in like, a different or similar form. Just imagine they release cubs for WoWa next, just like they have in PGR. So that people will have a third thing that they need to get for every character that they'll have to wail for. Bad enough that they're already forced into, like, every character's signature weapon and stuff like that. They add like another thing for them. I wouldn't be surprised if they pull that shit. Oh yeah, fun fact actually. What do you think is more expensive to get a fully maxed out unit in? Genshin Impact or PGR? I'm talking fully maxed out in terms of cost. Because the answer will surprise you. Although now that I said it will surprise you, it kind of just gave it away. PGR is actually far more expensive than Genshin to whale in. It's not even funny. It's because of like how dupes work and stuff like that. Because of the shards and how many you need, and all of those also apply to the cubs. And then you need and then every character needs their signature weapon. And then, plus 3 other fodder copies. But, like, yeah, you basically need to pull 11 copies of the character. Because you can get the 12th one from, the 12th dupe worth of shards from the pain cage. But if not, then you have to pull 12. You need to pull 12 copies of their cub. And then you can imagine how all the things will slowly add up. It's also slightly more expensive per pull in the conversion. Once you run out of discount packs, pulls are more expensive in PGR than they are in Genshin. If you can believe it or not. If you have to go into straight raw conversion. Because like, you don't have enough discount packs on a normal basis. Like if you're whaling, to go further than like double S, I think double S5 it is, which is 3 or 4 copies, but you still need another 7 or 8 more copies on top to get the max. You'll have enough for the weapon, but then for the cub, you'll only have enough for the base cub as well, and some change. Yeah, the 137. It's like it's far more reasonable by comparison, man. Like the thing is with ToF, it's like getting the max ToF unit, man, is far cheaper than thing. Like in ToF, if you're only going for A6 and 4-piece, that is cheaper than getting just the character guarantee in Genshin or WoWa or any Hoyo game. Or anything with that structure. Just the base guarantee is more expensive than getting an A6 4-piece unit in ToF. That 3-star matrix part, that's where the cost will go up on you, but you know, it's still a lot cheaper. Because like by cost too, it's like yeah. Right. Because like there is like they always give more than enough discount packs where you don't have to do straight 1-to-1 tanium conversion. You'll still have more than enough. There's like a lot of these packs that nobody buys that just sit there. But you do end up with more than enough. It's more than that actually. It's closer to 10 to 12. If you're pulling on reruns, it goes up to like to 12. By a factor of 12 for reruns. Because of how much they discount rerun balls by. It's like 12 for reruns. It's dumb. Yeah. The thing is, right? In ToF, with like the regular income of resources, if you're only pulling one element, it is possible to just get by and pull full A6 unit for your element every single time. Plus the altered anyways. Why am I in Asperia? Because I was killing a world boss earlier and getting dream machines. But I'm done now. I was just like running around mindlessly. I don't know. Oh, you know, because I was waiting for my ult to finish AFKing its dream machine. And stuff. But yeah. But yeah, I don't need to be here. Yeah. I mean, it depends on which discount packs you get and what you're looking at, but yeah. It's a crazy comparison when you think about it. I'm not gonna get any more support points. So we're basically done with that. I already hit the support point cap now. Right, I already capped support points. And we're done with all the weeklies there. Yeah, fair enough. If you're talking rerun balls, it goes to 12. Maybe it's probably higher in some cases. If we're talking reruns, but like reruns is like even more ridiculous. Like what? They have like a pack for reruns, you get what? 40 pulls for 1500 danium? Like bro, what? What the fuck is that conversion rate? You're converting a 10 pull to 40 pulls? Or something? They have shit like that. But yeah. The other thing too though, the other big thing though, and my problem with a lot of these gacha games, this is not a Genshin exclusive problem. This is not a WoW exclusive problem. But like the vast majority of them, and part of why I can't be bothered to even like thing, is the fact that you're forced to maintain your account for anything in there to be playable. Like think about it this way, right? Let's say I went and downloaded my Genshin account, downloaded Genshin again, and logged onto my Genshin account that I haven't touched in years. And I pulled whoever the newest character is. I don't know who their face is. I don't pay attention. The character would literally be unplayable. Like, the characters would literally be unplayable until I go through several weeks worth of material farming and stuff like that to get them upgraded and leveled up and everything like that. Heck, The shit was so annoying with how things kept scaling. The last time people like, when you guys annoyed me to the point where I went and looked at the Natlin Archon quest or whatever when Genshin 5.0 dropped, I lowered my world level. I straight up lowered it from world level 8 just to make things less tankier because I just didn't want to deal with the shit. I didn't want to bother dealing with it. And they were still very tanky. And like, the thing is, it's like, it got to the point when like, before I quit Genshin, you know, like 3 years ago or whatever, 3.5 years ago, or something like that. Where like, I basically wanted to skip and ignore combat too. I wanted to skip one. I wanted to skip one for combat because I was just so sick and tired of it. Right, like, part of why I have things like, I have like a C6 Yaimiko on there. Exactly. Oh, in ToF, it's like you don't even have to pay attention and you can get it upgraded immediately. But you also don't need to even upgrade it in ToF. The thing is, in ToF, you don't even need to upgrade it. You go into Pygon, if your weapon is level 1, level 0 even, they're instantly level 200. Same with sequential. Join ops don't even use your weapon stats like that either. Oh, weapons work differently in join ops. So for that mode, you can ignore that aspect entirely as well. Otherwise, for Cactus, and the other stuff, it's just extra stats. The 3 buttons and you're done in 10 seconds? Exactly. Yeah, because you can sweep it if you even care. Assuming you ran out of materials, because the thing is, they also give you like most of your materials you need by pulling the character. By pulling the unit, you're gonna get most of the mats. You get the mats by pulling too, because of order gift. And then you can like go into Artificial Island and Joy Square every week for like 30 seconds a week to buy all the materials. I actually go there though. I actually do go to Joy Square every week. Just to stockpile materials. Just cuz. Just so I don't have to ever spend vitality there. Yeah, Joy Square, yeah. So like, pro tip. Go to fight the landlord and next to the NPC, if you have copper balloons, you can buy upgrade mats every week. In Joy Square, where the fight the landlord NPC is. Right next to the guy that you do to start the fight the landlord, there's an other NPC that's a vendor. And you can just buy the boxes. You can convert your Mira into copper balloons, and then from there you can buy the boxes. And it's a good thing all these events give us Mira. Here's the thing too, right? You're gonna get, if you're doing the event stuff every patch, you're gonna end up with a fuck ton of Mira anyways, because you can just get Mira from the events as well. You don't have to do the other shit in Meroria for Mira. Because all like the main events every patch give Mira at this point. It's been like that for a while. But yeah, no problem. Yeah, so I'll show you again. So we go to casual, fight the landlord. I'll show you which NPC. Because like I do this every week. I didn't do it yet this week. But I do it every week anyways. I just convert all of my Mira directly into copper balloons. But yeah, you see this, right? NPC right here. Joy Square attendant. Redeem copper balloons. You can convert your Mira into copper balloons. And then look. These boxes are here. You can scroll further down. There's even more at a worse rate. But like, yeah. So like every week I buy all of these out. These are here every single week. Just waiting for you to grab them. And that's it. Right, this is the NPC you talk to start the matchmaking or whatever. Well, this guy will let you convert the copper balloons. Very convenient. It's right there. You just teleport to Joy Square. So yeah, all those mirror that they give away in the events, they all have a use. They all have a purpose. No problem. No problem. But yeah. Right, more copper balloons, more better. Oh yeah, I have to like clean out the inventory of my alt again. Yeah, you can. You never paid attention to the event shops? They always sell Mira here. It's 3,000 Mira right there, every single event. These ones, like you do these always. Every single patch has one of these events. They give away like 3,000 Mira. Oh no, you need copper balloons. That's copper balloons. You don't need Mira. You're converting the Miras into copper balloons. You convert the Mira into 30k. You convert the 10k into 30k. Not the 10k. The 3k into 30k. And then you spend the 12k every week. Eventually you will run out. But like, yeah. It'll take you a long while before that happens. If you had Mira from before. But like, that's it's just 1 week in a patch where you go without it. Basically. Like you know, fair enough, like 1 week a patch. Eventually when you run out of Mira, it's 1 week a patch, you can go without it. But yeah, you can also just not get the expensive ones. Just buy the cheap ones. But if you have like a fuck ton of them like I do, like I just buy them all. Because there's a cheap one and an expensive one. Eventually you just buy the cheap ones. When you're like very low on it. But yeah, like they're just there. They're always there, every patch, every single time. So go get them. At the same time, if you ever open these password chests, they also have these things with those keys. Right, they also drop the mats. Oh, Carrot's gonna stay at that level for a bit. Eventually I'll max out Carrot. But yeah. Right, it is what it is. I see it was sent some reacts, but we'll probably do those react things tomorrow. Or something. But yeah, it's just funny though how that that song exists. That song. Oh yeah, I was sent this to react to, right? But we'll probably react to it another day. Anything new here on Reddit? Vote for favorite female looking character, all Hoya, of course it is. Why are they freaking pulling up Wuwa in here when the character is completely irrelevant? What the fuck is this doing here? When the character literally does not exist. OP's history is just Wuwa posting in disguise. Alright, choosing Yap Yap instead of the thing, yeah. Uh-huh, sure. They post that shit, it's like the most irrelevant character that don't exist even on the icon. Uh-huh. Anchor panic prereg, sure. Anything else here? Nope, nothing there. How about the top one? Anything on r/top? Anything new here? This tab is a couple days old. So gotta refresh and get a new feed here. New weapon is cool and free, okay. What are they doing with the weapon? Oh, the slashing thing. They're exploiting the working class, yep. Of course, people grouped up, took nice photos. Very nice. And then the cars. Sure. Anything else new? Why do these games want them to fight a cactus? Because. Okay, nothing new here. But yeah. We'll look at these another day though. I don't feel like looking at them right now. But like, yeah. That's just what it is. You know? Anything else interesting or new here? I played too much Pokerogue again recently and I get a freaking guide video. What the hell? For sure. There's a new Scrapyard Wars thing. As well, that's the thing again. So that's cool. The gimmicky game on the Switch too. Good idea, but awful execution. Cool. Battlefield 6 hacker gets banned by Twitch for allegedly aimbotting. Oh boy. Okay. Damn, Roblox threatens a YouTuber schlep for catching predators. That's crazy. What the hell is going on with Roblox? Is someone catching their predators and they're like, nah. That's crazy. But yeah. Nothing really. Alright. What the fuck? Why they just slap in huge power 135 attack on a Ladian? That makes no sense. Yeah, sure, add 100 points to attack the Lydian and give it huge power. Surely that'll fix it. Surely that'll fix a Lydian. And then it's just gonna instantly die to any priority. Because it's a Lydian. Okay, I mean... yeah, you hit it with priority physical move, it's just dead. Only 55 HP, 50 defense. And it's not exactly fast either. So anything faster that's a physical attacker instantly kills it anyways. It's not like the crazy thing they may think it sounds like, because of like how flawed it is. And it's still a fucking Lydian. Like the thing is extremely frail. And it's not like it gets anything crazy in its learn set. Like you give it huge power, sure. But then it's like, I guess you got U-turn for stab. Like, you look at the moves it gets, it's like you would set it to physical and like, this is it. You know, this is his move pool here. You know, U-turn, Giga Impact, Drain Punch. Like the main moves that we're seeing here is like you can give it U-turn. Doesn't even get knockoff. So like you ain't doing that. Like U-turn, Drain Punch. You got Facade, I guess. Truly the moves that you would want to be using, man. Like, even if you gave the thing huge power, egg moves, nothing new. Nothing exclusive to that. It doesn't get anything exclusive there, no. No Twitter moves, no egg moves. It's Gen 8 moveset. It doesn't even get the elemental punches anymore. Like, even if you gave this thing huge power and 135 attack, like, it's extremely flawed that nobody would give a fuck. It wouldn't save it. Like, 135 attack plus huge power would not save it. Like, it gets Mach Punch. Like, you'll have an okay Mach Punch user. It's just that because it's not stab, like, it's not gonna be as if you really wanted to hit something with Mach Punch, it's not the craziest hitting Mach Punch you'll see out there. Like, that's not gonna fix Lydian. That thumbnail makes no sense. That's why I'm like, this thumbnail is stupid because, like, yeah, sure, it would, like, a huge power 135 attack sounds like it'd be stronger than, like, Fluttermane or something in terms of its attacking stat. But the thing is, Fluttermane actually has moves. And, like, and is fast. That's why Fluttermane is broken. Even with no ability, but Fluttermane still has an ability. Right? Right, like, its learn set is crazy. But also it has a broken typing and Ghost Fairy. Right, it's not like allergic to rocks. Ghost Fairy, great typing. Right, like 135 in its special attack, 135 special defense. It's also really fast. And like, you see its learn set, you get Moonblast. Right? You get Shadow Ball, Moonblast. You get Mystical Fire. Right? Like, this is just in there, and that's like without TMs. You look at its TM learn set, and it's just like, what else do you get? You get Hex if you have status on them. You get Icy Wind for like doubles. Very useful there. Anything else interesting? If you wanted raw coverage, you get Power Gem. You get Dark Pulse, although I don't know why you would use Dark Pulse. When Ghost and Dark hits basically the same shit. So like, Dark Stab kinda irrelevant. No, not Dark Stab. Dark coverage irrelevant when you have Ghost Stab. And Shadow Ball already in the learn set. Energy Ball, Thunderbolt. Like, it gets everything that it would need for perfect coverage. Like, you pretty much can hit anything for super effective or neutral damage with, like, the moveset it gets. The moves it gets. Right? Like, you can pretty much hit everything for at least neutral damage or super effective with this. Unlike Lydian, like, what the fuck you hitting? Right? Like, at most you can use Mach Punch. That's probably the only move you can actually use. Because the thing is slow. But even then, it's like... yeah. And then, like, you see the rest of its learn set. Like, the only moves that will actually do damage from coming from this thing is, like... you know, you got your U-turn for your physical bug move. And then you got, like... you know, break or, like, or a drain punch. Is, like, pretty much all you have. Like, you're not really hitting that much. Which is why, like, this wouldn't, fix it. Right? Like, not every Pokemon can just be fixed by giving it crazy stats. Like, Huge power 135 does not fix Lydian. It doesn't. But yeah, it is what it is. Mobile gaming has ruined Pokemon. This video sounds interesting. I kind of want to see this one.
Ever since the release of Pokemon Go, the primary Pokemon games have been mobile games. I had this realization after the last Pokemon Presents, where 90% of the presentation was about upcoming new mobile games and updates to already released mobile games. And then after 90% of the presentation is already concluded, you get a small trailer of
Because
the
they're a lot more
major Pokemon
lucrative.
release, where we learned basically nothing
Unfortunately.
new. We got one new Mega Evolution revealed. That's it. That's because mobile games are the face of Pokemon now. They make inconceivably more money than the console games. Well, I still love Pokemon, so if I'm going to be interacting with the franchise, I might as well find out what's going on with what's clearly their focus now. I'm going to use this Pokemon Presents as a guide, going through and evaluating 5 of the mobile games shown in that presentation, along with Pokemon TCG Pocket, because that's their biggest mobile game. I would do them all, but this video would be way too long. Maybe next time. Make sure to subscribe. Now, while we go through all of these games, just remember, Pokemon spin-offs died for this. It is no coincidence that in this presentation, we got 7 mobile game announcements and updates, and 0 for any Pokemon console game spin-offs. Mobile games are where they want to go now. Console games right now are an obligation, a way of releasing new Pokemon into the ecosystem. Everything else is focused on mobile games now. So the point of the video is to find out, are we in a better place? Was it worth it killing all of the spin-offs to have these mobile games? Should they exist at all? Or are they just another way of extracting money out of morons and making the world a worse place? I'm timestamping this video, so feel free to skip to the mobile game you want to see. And without further ado, let's get into it. Pokemon
I'm kind of
Unite
curious,
for
though.
Pokemon MOBA. Something I'm sure plenty of you didn't even know existed, given its tiny player base. I say tiny in the grand scheme of things, but I'm sure it's doing plenty fine, especially given its large impact in China. But it definitely does not compare to Pokemon Go or Pokemon TCG Pocket, which both print billions of dollars, which is pretty surprising given MOBAs are incredibly popular, League of Legends being one of the most popular games of all time, and Pokemon being the most popular IP of all time.
It's the most valuable IP.
Those two things together, as well as this being on mobile platforms, giving it access to the largest player base, it's pretty baffling how this wasn't a success. It's even more surprising when I tell you this might be the only game in this video that was a positive surprise. There are plenty of negative surprises, but this is the only game I went in ready to hate and actually enjoyed it. So how could it have failed? How did they fuck this up this badly? Well, despite the core game being fairly fun to play, they fucked up everything else. Now, if you haven't figured it out yet, I'm a huge Pokemon guy. I love Pokemon. The Pokemon Company has me by the nutsack. I will play or try anything they produce. But this is the first time I played this game, and the reason why is in the announcement, they already showed that the game is pay to win, which is an immediate turn off for anyone who actually cares about competitive games. This has a ranked mode, it's primarily multiplayer, it is a competitive game. So the fact that they added shitty mobile game gacha progression to a competitive game is going to prevent anyone who cares about skill
that's the
expression,
Tencent effect, man.
improvement, personal growth, you know, the kind of people who play MOBAs, because this is a simplified MOBA. It doesn't have items and builds that you buy in-game like basically every single other MOBA. Instead, you have 3 items you can equip before the game starts, and that's your build. Unlike other games where you would buy those items in-game using gold you earned during that match where everyone starts at 0 on an equal playing field, instead, you use in-game currency and real money to buy these items, and then you need to upgrade them. This game, because I'm sure it's impossible for them to keep new players at this point, gives you a fuck ton of free currency just for starting the game. And I used all of my beginner currency to buy the right items and the right build, and I could not get a single item fully upgraded. Not one. And you need 3 to play a single character. Now, there's some overlap, but there's less than you think. If you wanted to play every single role, we're talking a minimum of like 12 different items. And like I said, I couldn't get one, not even one, to the max rank. And these are extremely impactful. If your opponent has a fully upgraded meta build, and you have just the starting items, you will lose every single time. And then, on top of that system, you have a new, like, universal buff thing where you equip a bunch of emblems and they just increase all your stats. These emblems range from bronze to silver to gold, each in increasing rarity, and you combine like 12 of them to then increase all of your stats for all of your characters. And the main way to obtain these emblems is through a gacha system, a literal gachapon. This is probably the most blatant pay-to-win part of the game. If you are free to play, you get basically none of these, and you need a fuck ton to make a proper build system thing. I think it was the reveal of this specifically in the initial trailer that made me never want to touch this game, despite now playing this game for a substantial amount of time. And doing so specifically to make this video, I still barely touch this because I know it's bullshit and I'm not spending money on this game. Now, the pay-to-win stuff is probably something that bothers me more than it does most people. I think most players are people who have never played a MOBA before and won't even know that they're getting obliterated because of some stupid equipment they don't have. So what else is holding this game back? I think a big one is that the game is advertised as, because it's what it is, a competitive multiplayer game. If you want to be even more lenient, it's casual competitive, but the game is structured like a standard gacha mobile game with 500 different currencies that all do different things, a million events that take hours of grinding to complete for bare bone rewards that basically give you nothing, multiple battle passes, not just one, many battle passes, and 300 different notifications that are all basically meaningless. Just look at me logging into the game. I have to click through window after window just to play the game, and all of these are meaningless. None of these matter. I think the people who play these extremely predatory mobile gacha games and the people who play competitive multiplayer games aren't the same people.
They're not the
Both
same.
are Skinner boxes, but they're different Skinner boxes. These shitty, like, dopamine drip rewards just piss me off. I feel nothing when I get 2 reward tickets from opening a loot box when I need 500 to actually get anything. That is for a different kind of bug man. So you spend 5 minutes having the game suck you off, giving you 1 penny worth of dopamine every 5 seconds, only to then jump into a ranked game and get obliterated. Do you understand how those things don't really mix? Especially with all of these currencies and all of these things to buy, you can waste your currency, permanently fucking you over so that you'll never win in your multiplayer games. Like I said, you need to get 3 items to at least level 20. Supposedly that's the thing you have to get it to, is level 20 out of 30. And using all of my beginner currency, I got 1 to 20. Only 1. So to then have the fucking battle pass give me 20 currency when it takes, I don't know, about 20,000 to do what I want, it's pretty insulting. And then combine that with all of the negative emotions with skill-based matchmaking and rank systems and all of that stuff. It should not be a surprise at all why this game can't hold players. All of that without even mentioning the gameplay, which is fundamentally flawed in its own way. Before we get into it, let me quickly explain how to actually play the game. Like what the game is, assuming you've never played a MOBA before. And even if you had, you need the explanation because this is very strange. So it is a 5v5 played on a map that consists of 2 lanes and an open middle area called the jungle. The goal of the game is to kill wild Pokemon to gain little orbs. You then take those orbs and walk them into your opponent's big circle goal thing, and you put them into the goal. Each lane has 4 goals. 2 for
Hi,
your opponent, and
Zags.
2 for you. While you're in your
Welcome,
goal, you heal.
welcome.
By putting
How you
points
doing?
into the goals, you destroy them until only
We're
the
watching a
goal
video
at
on live
spawn is
Pokemon
left, which is at the
on the
end
problem
of
with
each lane.
Pokemon.
The match ends at 5 minutes, no matter what. Whoever has more points wins. Now, this sounds very simple because it was intentionally made simple.
I mean, it's how mobile
but as
gaming
soon as you
ruined
start
Pokemon.
asking,
They're
what
just talking about
characters do you
Pokemon Unite
play
first.
and where do you go, it suddenly becomes extremely confusing. The main problem being there are no distinct roles. Something clearly done to simplify the game, but has
Yep.
actually made it more confusing, which is actually a problem with the
Tencent, man.
entirety of the gameplay. Is every attempt they
Don't
make
forget,
to
it's also
simplify
Tencent.
the game actually makes it more confusing. So a normal MOBA
Tencent
has
made the
3
game.
distinct lanes and 5 distinct roles. Each role
That's how
is
they fucked it up.
fundamentally different. You would never confuse one for another. These 3 lanes then are also completely distinct. They look different. You always know which is which. The characters and roles that go to each lane are present there because of the unique characteristics of that lane. This sounds extremely obvious, but in Pokemon Unite, it is completely arbitrary who goes to what lane and what roles do what. I had to look at the wiki to even find out what's different between the top and the bottom
boy.
lane. There are 2 lanes, by the way, only 2, and I had to look up what's the difference between them. So if the lanes
Oof.
are the same, how do you know who goes to what lane? The answer is you don't. The tutorial never tells you why you're supposed to go to a certain lane. It will just say, this character likes going to the bottom lane, and this guy likes going to the top lane, with no reason why, and there's no way to find out why without just Googling it on the internet. The very first game I played that was with other players
know,
and not
man.
bots, no one knew
I
where
don't
to
know
go.
why the UI
only
looks
way
like
for
that.
a new player to know what lane to go to is if people before the match started just pick a lane and say, hey, I'm going to bottom. And this is a feature. You are able to tell people what lane you want to go to. Nobody uses it though.
Okay.
So if the lanes aren't distinct, surely at least the roles are distinct, so everyone doesn't just pick the exact same type of character. No, those also aren't clear at all either. The game sort of has 4 roles. It has a jungler
Sort
type
of.
role, a tank, a support, and damage. And the game makes literally no attempt to explain why you should play these roles, what makes them different from each other, where they should go and why. Nothing. Just nothing. Let me give just one example of how a normal MOBA would work. You have the duo lane. In Pokemon Unite, every lane is the duo lane. See the problem? But in a normal MOBA, you
Okay.
have one lane, which is the duo lane. And the 2 characters you find in the duo lane are the ADC and the support. And the reason why you have those 2 characters together is the ADC is expected to carry the game later, at the end of the game. But they are very
Yep.
weak in the beginning, and the tank is the opposite. The support is very strong in the early game and can help the ADC get to the late game without being destroyed. It's not just about having a good team comp for team fighting where you want a front line and a back line. It's also about at the very start of the game, the distinct roles
Pokemon and
are important. Now, if
Pepto and
both
Bismol
lanes are the
version.
duo lane, how do you determine who goes with who, right? From everything I read,
Ah,
it
yes.
seems like you want to play
The
the
one where you
Pokemon
have to
who
take
are
a
good
shit.
all of the time anyway. Because there are no items, there really isn't that much scaling at all. It's just levels. So why not have the level lead the entire game by always being strong? And even if that's not the case, and the game just teaches you wrong, and the guides I'm reading also aren't good either, how do you know who goes with who? Like, how would you figure that out without watching competitive players or something? Does the tank go with the support? Do you have tank support together? Obviously that's weird, but there are only 2 damage classes and both lanes are exactly the same, so I guess you put range damage with support maybe and close range damage with the tank? Again, it seems very arbitrary because the 2 lanes are exactly the same. Very minor difference. I think the only difference between the 2 lanes is one gets slightly more EXP and one has a slightly more important objective near it. See, they tried to simplify the game. There is no role queue. Anyone can pick whatever character they want, and no character tells you exactly where to go, right? That seems simpler. It makes the total game simpler, but it makes it harder to understand. It makes it far far more clear to just have 5 roles that all go to the same place every time.
Yep.
And they all do distinct things, so you know exactly how to play as soon as
That's
you
the
pick one.
problem.
In Unite, the only clear role is the jungler because it acts like any other jungler in any other MOBA. The other thing that makes it hard to know what to do, especially for new players, is they removed minions from the game. A normal MOBA has minions, which is just a line of little dudes that if you kill them, give you EXP, and they just walk forward. So if you ever don't know what to do or where to go, you just follow the minions. It is always better to be killing minions
Period,
than to
question
be
mark,
doing
exclamation
nothing.
point.
In any other MOBA, if you're ever confused, and
What's
don't know
next?
what
You
to do,
put
you need
unknown
at
as
least
the
know you are helping
unknown as
yourself and
the
team
mascot,
by
unknown
following
exclamation
minions.
point
In
and
Unite,
question
you
mark.
have no such direction because the point of the game is just to kill wild Pokemon, which are littered throughout the entire
Right, you just
map.
use
the
the,
goal is to get points.
you just use
not
the
destroy
unknown
towers. So you just
of the
wander
punctuation
around and
unknown
kill them, and
units.
then maybe score whenever you feel like it. You could also say if you're ever confused, just go kill Pokemon because you're supposed to be doing that. But that's far more complex because there are Pokemon everywhere and there are more
Yep.
efficient routes and less efficient. And sometimes you need to be stealing. And in order to get the rewards from killing a Pokemon, you have to get the very last hit, meaning you can do 90% of the health of a Pokemon. Then if your opponent finishes that Pokemon off, they get all of the reward. It is not like other MOBAs where your opponent can't kill their own minions. In this, you're always at risk of having your stuff stolen. It is a common theme that it sounds simpler. It was probably simpler to create, but it makes the game more complex and harder to understand. And I think nothing represents this problem better than the fact that doing the objective is often the wrong thing to do because this game
Damn.
is supposed to be for new players, people who haven't played a MOBA before, or maybe even any other game before.
Yeah, it's
It
just
has
weird.
Extreme comeback
There's,
mechanics,
like, nothing
worse than
there.
I've ever seen. So, despite the goal of the game,
The
being to
lanes are there,
score
but there's, like,
points,
nothing in the
destroying
lanes.
your enemy's tower by scoring too many points actually puts you behind. It is a bad thing to do. Even though you have to do it to win by destroying their goal, you get nothing despite doing the objective of the game. But your opponent now gets a new wild Pokemon that they can get free EXP from, basically, that you cannot contest, or at least it's very hard to contest. It is now harder for you to score because you have to push deeper into their base to score. That new base gives them more buffs just for being inside it. So unless you are way ahead, you basically can't score at all if they're defending it, and you get literally nothing. Not one thing is rewarded to you for doing what you're supposed to be doing. Do you see how the game's kind of hard to understand? Why some players might be confused when they're doing the thing the game
Yep.
told them to do, and it's hurting them. The comeback mechanics is probably the worst part of the game, because at least the confusing stuff you can watch a guide online and hope your teammates aren't brain dead, but this you cannot escape. So I already told you how scoring points actively helps your opponents more than it does you, but every MOBA has levels. When you kill things, you level up, and if you're a higher level, you're obviously much stronger. This feels good because you're being rewarded for playing well, but it can get very snowbally. So any game will have some sort of comeback mechanic, so you don't just instantly win the game by getting a couple kills early. There isn't really a point in having a 5-minute game if you can win the game in the first 30 seconds. A pretty normal way of solving this problem is just making it so that higher level opponents give you more EXP. Pokemon Unite, though, takes this way too far. When you kill someone who has a higher level than you, it puts you ahead of them. And not just that,
Oh
if
boy.
you teamed up to kill them, which is probably how you're going to have to do it because they're a higher level, they're stronger than you, it makes everyone ahead of them. So you can be 20 kills up on someone. Then their whole party comes, bum rushes you, kills you, and now their entire entire team is ahead of you. You could be 3 levels up on them, and in one death, they're immediately ahead of you because they get a massive chunk of EXP. You're dead for a minute, so while you're dead, they're killing stuff and leveling up even more. So despite being way ahead the entire game, you die one time, and now you're completely behind their entire team. And although it's not technically a comeback mechanic, it sort of functions that way, and it is the worst part of the game is Rayquaza. Rayquaza is a boss monster. Every MOBA has one of these. It's a major objective that both teams fight over, and whoever kills it gets the last hit on it, gets a massive buff. The point of having these in other MOBAs is there is no set time limit. How you win is destroying your opponent's base, and the defender has a huge advantage. So if there wasn't a way to force the defenders out of their base or give you a huge buff to push into the base, it'd be very hard to end the game.
Yeah, don't play that.
5 minutes, so there's no
especially with how Aster works with dodging. Fuck no. Don't ever use Yambiao in there.
Major objective
that sounds like pure pain.
Whoever kills Rayquaza wins the game, no matter how ahead or behind they are. That's why it's sort of a comeback mechanic, because no matter how behind you are, if you can kill Rayquaza, you win the game. All of this combines together to make scoring feel pointless, because destroying goals puts
all Pokemon remakes have Pokemon from previous games in them. The only exception is BDSP. Only BDSP doesn't have previous gen Pokemon. I mean, not previous, later gen Pokemon in it when they got remade. Right? Like the Ruby Sapphire remake has Gen 6 Pokemon and Megas, right? Gen 4 remake, Gen 2 remakes and Gen 4, right? Heart Gold, Soul Silver. They have all the Gen 4 Pokemon. The only thing is you cannot get a Leafeon, you cannot get a Glaceon, you cannot evolve a Magnezone or a Probopass in those versions because they don't have the electric field area from Mount Coronet, and they do not have the Mossy Rock and the Icy Rock. Since they don't have those, you cannot get those Pokemon, but everything else are there. No, that's the scary spaghetti about Lavender Town, the creepypasta scary spaghetti or whatever, that's all BS.
Your opponent ahead, and Rayquaza basically determines the game anyway. It feels like the point of the game, instead of scoring, is about gaining as much EXP as possible to just be strong for the Rayquaza fight, making the whole point of the game meaningless. At least it feels meaningless. It feels bad to score. Imagine any other game where it feels bad to get points. Are you starting to see why this game would have died if it wasn't for China? Most people can't even make it into the game to begin with. But then if you do, it just feels bad to do what you're supposed to be doing. But that's not why people play Pokemon games. It never has been. Pokemon has never been known for its good gameplay. It's for the aesthetic, the IP, the soul, the Pokemans. But Unite kind of fucks this up too. The first problem is way too much Gen 1 pandering. Gen 1ers are boomers now. They aren't playing this shit. This is a MOBA for babies. The Gen 1 crowd ain't playing this shit. So it's way too much Gen 1 shit. But that's really a superficial problem. The real problem is how MOBAs make money is through skins. And the skins fucking suck. I'll just use Smite as an example because it's another kind of low budget MOBA. Look at how complex the skins are. They completely change the character. In Pokemon Unite, the skins are just a costume. It's just, oh man, look, it's Latios, but now he has a little hat. The biggest issue here is it would be so fucking easy to make these good. Just make it another Pokemon. Make the skin change what Pokemon it is. Everyone just wants to play as their favorite Pokemon. It's a lot easier to have one character that can be many different Pokemon than it is to make 1,000 different characters. Just look at Talonflame here. It could have a skin for any bird Pokemon. Nothing it is doing is unique to Talonflame. All you'd have to do is change the name of the moves and you'd be good to go. I think people would be way more excited for a a skin that lets them play as Skarmory, then a little hat. And the costumes, for the most part, aren't even Pokemon themed. Where is my Cynthia outfit for my clearly female Garchomp? It'd be pretty cool, a lot cooler than what they have now. Now, if you've been paying attention this whole time, you're probably pretty confused because I said this game was a positive surprise. Despite all of the problems I listed, the game is still fun, and I think it's worth playing. If you ignore all of the mobile game bullshit, the core gameplay of just hitting dudes is fun. In MOBAs, my role is jungler, and in this game, basically everything is a jungler. Junglers are supposed to kill camps, which are what wild Pokemon are, and kill people, and that's it. And when you play this game, that's all you do, is you kill camps and you kill people, and you level up a bunch, you jump people out of nowhere.
The curse,
it's fun. The act of trying
Aster
to
Zeke,
always
yeah,
get
meow
last
rotation
hits
goes
and
as
trying to
follows.
steal the last
Do
hit from
serpents
other
on
people
Zeke.
is fun. It's
Do your
interesting
skill
and
and yeah, meow,
unique to
then
this
do
game.
dodges
In other
before
MOBAs,
switching.
your opponent can
Second
only
dodge.
steal last hits from
Yeah,
camps
just
and
don't.
objectives. Because
It's-
your opponent
just
can't
don't
kill
play
their own
that
minions.
shit.
But in this, the last hit's
It's
always
dumb.
important, which is cool. It's interesting. It also helps that I'm playing on a computer against a bunch of people playing on their phone, so I'm just shitting on these kids. And it's fun obliterating people. And if you're not good enough to do that, the game has a solo mode where you're playing against the computer and you'll destroy the bots. Once you actually get a hang of it and you know where to go and what to do, it is fun fighting. And in this, you're always fighting. There's no minion waves. You can't be killed by towers. So there's no reason to not just be hitting people all the time. It's also still Pokemon, and I still love Pokemon.
Yep.
I like playing as my cool little guys fighting the other cool little guy. I hate to say it, but aesthetic really does mean a lot to me. If I like the aesthetic of a game, I'm much more likely to like the game. If you don't like Pokemon, there's probably no reason to ever play this. But I think that's fine because that's every Pokemon game. The idea and aesthetic and designs of
Yeah, they can
Pokemon
use,
are just so good
splicers.
that it uplifts any product. And that's why it's so sad that spin-offs are dead. But this game is doing what I would want from a spin-off. What I want is a unique experience. And this game does play differently than any other MOBA I've ever played. So even though it's profoundly flawed, I am glad it exists, and I would recommend trying that. And I speak only for this game and none of the other mobile games, that although I do like the old spin-offs much better, if the other mobile games were of this quality, things wouldn't be so bad. Pokemon Friends, the newest Pokemon mobile game and the inspiration for this video, is pretty much exactly what you think it is. There are no surprises here. If you've seen 5 seconds of gameplay, you know exactly what you're getting into. It's a brain trainer game for young children. It has a free and paid version, but it's not like these other mobile games. It's not a freemium game. The free version is just a demo. With the free version, you get 3 puzzles a day, and that's it. The free version also has a more limited variety of puzzles,
Okay.
with the free version having 10 and the paid version adding another 20 on top of that. Now, if you look for this game on the App Store, it has like a 2 rating, and basically all of the negative reviews are talking about what I just told you, that you can only play 3 puzzles a day, which is, I don't know, like a minute of gameplay, and the puzzle variety is extremely limited. I'm not really sure what people are expecting though, because this isn't a freemium game. It doesn't have anything to buy except 2 DLC packs, which each add 10 more puzzles. So if they gave you any more for free, there would be no way for them to make any money. This is just a regular game, although very, very, very basic. So if you actually end up shelling out the money, what are you getting? You're getting 30 puzzles that each level up from 0 to 9. Every time you play a puzzle, it levels up, getting slightly harder each time. And you can complete these puzzles as much as you want, no 3-a-day limit. And by completing 3 puzzles in a row, you get some yarn that you can then turn into a gacha plush animal. You can then use that gacha plush animal to decorate a room. And that's the whole game. There's nothing else. I guess there are quests you can complete where you just give those plushes to people to then get more furniture. But that's really it. There's nothing else. For 10 bucks, I don't really know what people are expecting. I played for a couple hours and was able to get 1 or 2 puzzles to level 6 before I was done. Because this game is definitely not made for adults. There's a reason
you're
I
better
called
off
it
using
a
Field
brain
instead
trainer,
of
not a
Yam Meow.
puzzle game. These are
Yeah, you
miniature
are.
puzzles designed like how you
Yeah, I
do
mean,
an
it just
IQ
doesn't work.
test. Like it's mainly about pattern
If you're not, like,
recognition
spamming
and imagining
dodges.
shapes in your head,
You just
turning
shouldn't be
3D
using Yam
objects
Yao.
with your imagination, the kind of stuff they make children do while they're developing, and people with brain injuries. It is definitely not intended for an adult to try and play it all in one sitting like I
Yep.
did. I was losing my mind. I purposely played it in the morning because I thought it would wake me up to do some puzzles, but I was just falling asleep. I could not stop yawning. I can't imagine any of these puzzles taking more than a few seconds to complete, even on their hardest difficulty. Saying that, though, it is very funny how many of these puzzles you see in AAA games made for adults in this
Yep.
baby brain training game. In fact, this might be perfect for adult Pokemon fans, because I remember a Twitter thread about people being
Oh,
like,
boy.
you can't imagine Apple in your head, you're just lying. What are you guys talking about? I see nothing. And I looked it up, and the two people saying that were Pokemon fans. Like, they make Pokemon YouTube videos. So
Oh,
maybe
boy.
this game would be perfect. With a little training, you guys can imagine the apple in your head and become a real person. The intended way to play this game is a little bit at a time, just like the free version. When you buy the game, you can remove the daily limit, or you can just extend it. That's clearly the intention. They don't want you to play it all at once because you'll lose your mind. It's a quick exercise for children in those brain damage. So since it's a regular game and not
Yep.
one of these freemium products, is it worth buying? Well, if you're an adult man, obviously not. No way. 0%
Okay.
chance. What is wrong with you? Why do you even think about it? It's not even a good deal. I know I said it's 30 mini games and they go from 0 to 9, but those aren't all unique puzzles. Each level actually shares some puzzles. You could probably get the equivalent product, not Pokemon themed, for about $1 on the App Store. But if you have a kid and they like Pokemon, but they don't want to do what is essentially homework unless it's Pokemon themed, then it's probably worth it. Like, these are real IQ
Yep.
test type training exercises, right? It is unarguably healthy for a developing brain to do stuff like this. And even then, 3 puzzles a
No,
day,
just
I think
force
are
them
good
to
enough.
play.
I probably wouldn't play.
No, what you do is you force them to play a factory game instead. Fuck it, we gotta make them learn. Give them the Cracktorial. Get them to play Factorial while they're young. Be like, fine, okay, here, little Timmy, you need to learn. So, the games that you're gonna be playing are Factorial, will make you play Satisfactory, or whatever other factory game. And play RimWorld. Gotta have them play all of them. Or, no, wait. Since they also should be working with shapes and stuff, give them geometry lessons. They should play the Shape Factory game too, where all you're doing is cutting and arranging shapes in a factory assembly line. Give them that too. Teach them while they're young. You gotta learn to be ethically dubious from a young age. No, not that one. I'll show you which one. It's not spelled like that. It's this game. Shapes. With the Z. It's a factory game. It's just a factory game. It's another factory game. You give them this one, they learn their shapes. No, they learn their colors too when you gotta paint them. You gotta get fluids and paint them as well. And then send them into the future factory worker indoctrination. Yeah, big brain. No enemies. The purest factory building game imaginable. All buildings are free, resources never run out. There are no enemies or time limits. Prepare 100% factory building experience. It's perfect. The children now also yearn for the factories. Exactly. You gotta get them while they're young. Get them into building factories. That's how you get the kids to play. No, but like it's actually pretty good. I have been playing that one as well. I did play that one.
They don't want to do what is essentially homework unless it's Pokemon themed, then it's probably worth it. Like these are real IQ test type training exercises, right? It is unarguably healthy for a developing brain to do stuff like this. And even then,
Yeah.
3 puzzles a day I think are good enough. I probably wouldn't play much more anyway. Like I said, at the 2-hour mark, I was losing my mind. I was just
Depends
staring
on the
straight
games,
through
the
screen.
game,
Now,
man.
you can
Depends
emulate
on
this
the game.
but it doesn't work entirely properly. Of course, I emulated it completely legally. I actually own 900 copies of this game. The touchscreen to mouse input is pretty wonky. It's workable for most of it, but there are 2 mini games that don't work at all. I have no idea why. It's not about clicking or dragging or anything, because that seems to work in other mini games, but they just don't function at all. So keep that in mind if you decide to emulate this. So back to the point of the video. Is this worth having all of the real video game Pokemon spin-offs die? Of course not. This is mobile game slop at its finest. This is exactly the kind of thing that you see in a direct and it just makes you sigh because it's like, oh, they have nothing good to show. Now, does it deserve to exist? I guess so. It's fine. If it gets some kids to do their brain exercises and they end up slightly smarter, that's probably good enough for it
Yep.
to be worth existing. Pokemon Cafe Remix. Now, this is the real dog shit I was looking for. This is peak mobile game slop. Admittedly, it was a bit of a roller coaster. When I first started playing it, I'm like, this isn't even a video game. It's brain dead, wholesome games, Xanax fueled time waster. And then I started playing a little bit more, and I'm like, okay, I'm starting to see the vision here. There's a bit of complexity, some strategy, some skill, and then after about an hour of playtime, I never want to see this ever again. After you've done, I don't know, maybe 3-4 missions, you've seen it all. There's nothing left. And now you have to do about 1,000 more in a row to accomplish anything. Okay, but enough complaining. What actually is this game? So the goal of the game is you make little coffees for the Pokemon, and you do that by picking up a dismembered Pokemon head and
That is
dragging it into
Pokemon Cafe
heads
Remix.
of the same type. You have a set time limit for you to do
It's a
this. and
shitty
your
mobile
combo is
game.
based on how many of these Pokemon heads you can stitch together. The secondary goal is then to use these combos to break up food ingredient part things. The bigger your combo, the more of these skill balls will be produced, and you can use those to break the ingredients a lot faster. And some can only be broken by these skills. And that's the whole game. The levels consist of breaking a certain number of ingredients or earning a certain score. And once you've done that, you feed the Pokemon their coffee, you get some points, and do that
Well, now
enough
you know what it
times,
looks
and you
like.
unlock that Pokemon as a new character. Not that the characters feel any different at all, but they do have arbitrary specialties. So you want a bunch to be able to complete the missions quicker. I guess their skills are slightly different. Like this one is a big square, and this one is a big heart. Incredible. Nah, dog. This game ain't it. Sure, the art style's okay. It's sweet, I'll admit it, but it's the kind of sweet that gives you diabetes. I can just tell that the target audience is women who don't have children, and never will. And this is one insanely
Damn.
mobile game-ass mobile game. It has multiple battle passes, a premium subscription, a gacha pull for characters. It has excessive wait
God
times.
damn.
It also has multiple currencies, and it even has an energy system. You can't even play as much as you want. Not that you'd want to. This is definitely not the type of game you're supposed to play for hours at one time. You'll lose your fucking mind, just like me. This seems to be a consistent theme, by the way. It's almost like that's every shitty mobile game on the planet. Cafe Remix also has some of the worst events I've ever seen in a game. Normally with mobile game events, you get a bunch of stuff to do, some new characters, quests of some kind. We got a whole ass trailer for this in the Nintendo Direct just to say, hey, you can spend some money and try and pull Lapras. Whoa, cool. That's the whole event. No cool missions, nothing. No special levels, no big gimmick. It's fucked. This game is complete slop. It should not exist. Pokemon Shuffle had to die for this, which was Kino.
Yep.
Whenever I'm playing these mobile games, I'm thinking to myself, if this was a regular spin-off that you just paid $30 for with none of the freemium bullshit, would I play it? This, absolutely not. The mobile game energy system is there to make sure you don't burn yourself out of the game and hate it. It's a lot easier to put up with slop if it's only for 5 minutes at a time. But when you play it for an hour straight, this game is a low-effort trap meant for wine-aunts to waste their money on while drunk. Not a real game for any sane person to play for any real length of time. So burn this shit. Moving on, Pokemon Masters EX. This is the most mobile game of all the mobile games. It plays exactly like every other gacha game ever made. If there was a gacha game bingo card, you wouldn't just get bingo, you would fill the entire board. It of course has multiple different currencies, multiple different banners, limited time banners. If you're a sane human being who plays real games, you probably don't even know what a banner is. A banner represents the available guys, I guess in this case it's Pokemon characters, that you could possibly receive from what is essentially a loot box. So you put in your 100 gems, because like I said, this is the most generic mobile game ever, so of course the premium currency is gems. God forbid it be something Pokemon themed, and just maybe you might receive the waifu you want. Pulling your favorite character isn't good enough though. Just like every other gacha game, you have to pull multiples of your favorite character to
You gotta pull
fully
multiple.
upgrade them. You're not done there though. Just like every other gacha game, there are many different ways you can improve the strength of a character, all of which use different currencies, different upgrade materials that you have to grind for. In order to grind those materials, you're going to either have to wait a period of time, which could be skipped with premium currency, use up your limited energy, because of course this game also has limited energy, to do pointless missions over and over and over again that you end up just auto-battling anyway. Yeah, that's how you know you have some good-ass gameplay. That the game has to play itself or people would quit. So just real quick, before we get into what the actual game is, I'm going to list off everything that makes this game completely generic with nothing new to offer anyone. So it has collectible waifus, multiple banners, limited time banners, multiple currencies, a differentiation between free currency and currency paid for, grindable materials, an energy system, improvable characters that use multiple different currencies and time-wasting activities, limited time events, personal story missions, limited story missions, and don't get excited, by the way, these story missions are a couple lines of dialogue. A meaningless, uninteresting story that is just an excuse to do the equally meaningless and uninteresting gameplay. A singular way of playing the game. What you see right now is exactly what you get the entire game. Is that enough? Did I get everything? Probably not. There's probably more that makes this even more generic, but I haven't played that many gacha games. In fact, I regret playing any of them. I'm just trying to make it very clear that this is the bottom of the barrel. What makes it disappointing is not that it's incompetent, it's that it's too competent. It is
Wait, isn't Alyssa supposed to be blonde?
Freaks want because it plays like every other gacha game.
I thought
To a
Alyssa was
normal human
blonde.
who has no bug parts and no bug brain, I find Pokemon Cafe Remix, a piece of shit that isn't even a real video game, far more interesting than this. So what actually is the game? How does it play? Well, you spend money and then you get a character, and then you spend more money to get more characters. Okay, other than spending money, what's the game? Well, each Pokemon character, gym leaders, former protagonists,
Yeah, like isn't she supposed to be blonde, Alyssa?
Pokemon, and
Why did she have
and
black
your Pokemon
hair?
guys team up to fight in 3v3 battles. You
I
have
thought
a
she was
charging
blonde.
energy bar that lets you use moves every once in a while. And these are regular Pokemon moves. From what I understand, you know, my limited understanding, I'm not playing professional Pokemon Masters EX, if that even exists. It just works like regular Pokemon. In order to beat one of the super bosses, I used a regular Pokemon strategy of spamming Calm Mind and then using stored power, all while under a grassy terrain I set up in order to not die. So there is strategy here. It's not like it doesn't exist.
Where's the
It's just in order to
Espathra?
get that strategy,
No,
have
you
to
need
randomly
Espathra
pull it by
Calm
spending
Mind
real
with,
money, and because it's a
with
gacha
stored
game, you
power.
can also skip all
Because
of
this
that
buffer
strategy
gets
by spending even more money.
speed
Like, I
boost.
could set up a balanced team that's super effective on these guys and resist these other guys, or I could use up all of my currency to get all my guys to level 140 in one shot everything. This is part of why I consider gacha games to be like peak Bugman shit. is
Exactly.
It misses the entire point of RPGs, what makes them interesting and fun. I want to earn the levels. The level up itself is not the interesting part. It's earning it. It's fighting for it. It is fun to slowly progress, to fight stronger and stronger opponents over time. It's not fun to instantly level up to level 140 and one-shot everything. Where is the satisfaction? Do you genuinely feel satisfied when you spent $100 to max out your character and now you don't have to try at all? The disappointing thing is there is a video game here. It's not great. It's definitely worse than regular Pokemon, but it's similar. Why would you engage with it when you can just spend money? Or if you can't spend money, you just waste time grinding for hours and hours and hours to just upgrade everything to max. And what's the point of doing any of that in the first place? You're not doing
And they're
it for the
time-gated
gameplay,
towards
because when you
several
upgrade your
days
character to the max, you're skipping
well.
the gameplay. You're not doing it for the story, I promise you that. It's not good. You would hope that they would just hire an anime writer and you get to play through anime episodes with your favorite characters. But no, you get a couple lines of dialogue from caricatures, no, not characters, caricatures in between shitty battles. And story-wise, that's all there's worth talking about, are those small interactions between the characters you already like, because the overarching story, pointless as always. It's a generic evil team, go collect badges,
I mean,
they're stealing Pokemon, badges are more important though. You've
this
seen it
does
1,000
basically
times,
describe
except
like
now
every
it's
fucking
written
gacha
even
game
worse,
story
and
is
there's
in a
no
nutshell.
cool world to explore. So if it's not for the gameplay and it's not for the story, what's the point of doing anything? Well, what you hear all the time is it's the end game. It's the end game.
End game, fuck
Gameplay
the
gets
end
good in
game.
the end. Why just don't fucking buy it, because just think of what you have to do to get to the end game.
Exactly.
Grind through materials, max out all your characters, bum rush through the story, and now you've made it to the end game, ignoring all of the time you just wasted. What is the point now? What is the
Exactly.
progression? Make your characters even stronger, and then what is that for? And you can't tell me the gameplay itself is what you're doing it for, because you always have to have in the back of your mind that, oh, I'm struggling right now. I could get better at the game, or maybe come up with a better strategy, or you could spend more money. And the problem is, sometimes spend more money is the only answer. So what they expect you to do, waste your time, max out your characters, bum rush story just to get to gameplay that may only be possible if you spend more money. That's what you're looking forward to. I'm sure it might be possible to beat some epic super bosses with under-leveled characters, but you still have to spend money to unlock those characters who make those strategies possible. Gacha games like this cannot provide what I want out of video games, which is earning. I want to earn things. The game cannot provide you with anything earned, because then you wouldn't spend money. They want the rewards to come from spending money, not from working hard or being good. The best they can do is give you worthless currencies to upgrade the characters you then already had to pay for. And of course, you could skip that grind too by wasting money. So what actually is the point of all of this? Why are people doing this? Well, I explained it right in the beginning. It's waifus, of course. It's collecting your favorite guys and pretending to be friends with them. To some people, in order to make a connection to something, there has to be a sense of ownership. So it's not just that you like your favorite character, you also have to own them. And then you get to go on pretend dates with them and talk to them and have fun with them because they're your friend. Now, I find this pathetic in a way I can't even describe, but gacha games are very popular. A lot of people are like this. Nobody is playing any of these gacha games for the gameplay or the story. It's the collection aspect itself. In fact, the games with the good story or the good gameplay end up getting shut down. World Flipper, my love, goodbye. I mean, it's been effective to keep this game around while many of others have died. I think it was smart to have one game that tapped into the actual Pokemon character. Obviously, Pokemon are very well designed, at least the good ones, and everyone loves them, but the Pokemon character designs are just as good, if not better. It's just too bad that all gacha games have to be so dog shit. I can't
Yep.
even really say that this game did those designs justice anyway. I mean, did Rosa always look this dead-eyed? There is clearly no soul there. If I saw this in real life, I would run. I think that's enough about this piece of shit. Should you play it? No. God, no. Of all the games to avoid, this one's at the top of the list. If you want a pretend girlfriend, just use ChatGPT. Now, if this was a regular video game, would I play it? Kind of a hard thing to imagine,
Yeah.
given it's so saturated with mobile game bullshit. But I guess it's just, would you play Pokemon if it was 3v3 the whole time? Each Pokemon only has 4 moves permanently, no getting new ones, and you can't switch.
No.
No, I don't think I would. I think this game should be deleted, not just from the world, but also everyone's memory, and the developers should be burning in hell. I guess that one I don't have to wish for, because that's a will. They will be burning in hell, along with all other gacha game developers. Anyway, alright, it's finally time to start talking about Pokemon Go, the first ever Pokemon mobile game, and what I would call the beginning of the end. Pokemon Go was insanely popular, more popular than they could have possibly imagined. And if it wasn't for that popularity, we probably wouldn't be getting all of these mobile games. So if you're like
Yep.
me and you blame the death of spin-offs with the rise of mobile games, then you can blame this for that. Now, unless you've been living under a rock for the last decade, you already know what Pokemon Go is. But just in case, I'll give you a brief rundown. Pokemon Go is a game where you walk around in real life with your phone out, and Pokemon will spawn around you. You tap on their 3D model, and then you play a short Pokeball throwing minigame. You can use some berries to make it easier, maybe put a little spin in the throw, but not very complicated. And that's all we had. When the game released, that was the whole game, and we loved it. We all loved it. I won't lie, I played it when it came out, and I loved it. But why I hate this game has almost nothing to do with the game itself, and is instead what it has done to Pokemon. I would be okay with the game if it was about catching them all. You know, one of every guy.
If it was,
in
but
your
it's not.
collection. But it's not. Because if that's what it was about, the gameplay would eventually have to end. And that's not how you make these games. They have to be made so you
Yep.
can play them forever.
They look
So you
amazing, but the
always
game
be
is-
spending money. So
yeah.
instead of catching one Charmander and training that Charmander, becoming friends with that Charmander,
Yeah, you gotta go
evolving
catch
all the way into
1,000 of them.
Charizard through a long journey of some kind, you are now
Nope.
friends for life. It has meaning. Instead, you catch 500 Charmander, pick the best one, kill the rest of them, grinding them into candy, feeding those candies to the one Charmander who gets to live, and that's
Yep.
how you evolve it. And what's crazy is I
That's
already
how
made
it
a video
works.
talking about this, and there were actually some dipshits in the comment section who said, Pokemon's not about
No,
making
you have to
friends with
catch
your Pokemon,
all of
it's
them
about catching as many
and
as
then
you can.
kill them
Remember,
all.
Gotta catch them all? First of all, you've gotta tell me what it's like not having a human soul. Is being an insect any fun? But is beyond fucking stupid because that catchphrase comes from the anime. An anime literally about making friends with Pokemon. Just listen to the fucking theme song, you dipshit. And even then, it's about catching one of every Pokemon, not 100
Not-
of each. In
not
only
1,000.
one instance in the anime did Ash catch multiple of a Pokemon, and it was 50 Tauros, and I don't remember him killing them. In fact,
Yeah.
not only does Ash never accomplish his goal of catching them all, he will actively get rid of Pokemon if it is for their benefit. He releases Butterfree, you insect fuck. Pokemon has always been about making friends with the Pokemon. They are pets. That's what they're supposed to be. If you throw your pet in the garbage, you're a fucking subhuman. And did you forget
Yep.
Pokemon's a video game? Nobody plays the video game like that. Catching them all is already extremely rare. Almost no one does it. It's ludicrously hard in most of the
Exactly.
games. The regular way to play is to make a team of 6. They are your friends. You go through the whole game with them. You grow with them. You like them. And you save them forever. Why are people so proud of not having a soul? Of not being able to care about something that's not real? None of it's real. Your life has no fucking value. You have accomplished nothing. You have zero purpose. And you should... What were we talking about? I think what I'm trying to say is Pokemon Go transformed Pokemon from being an analog for pets to being a worthless commodity that you collect 10,000 of until you get the perfect one. It's Funko Pops. They made Pokemon Funko Pops. Now, this type of stuff always existed in Pokemon, but it was only the competitive crowd, because competitive players were always catching a million guys or breeding a million guys to try and get perfect IVs, the perfect.
They don't even have to
stuff
do
like
that anymore,
was
though.
A tiny portion of the community who are all subhumans. Pokemon Go is the most popular Pokemon thing, so that is the new Pokemon, is worthless Funko Pops. We might as well talk about the game a little bit, but my point is, no, this game shouldn't exist. I wish it was never made. The world would be a better place without it. So moving on to the actual gameplay, along with walking around and catching Pokemon, you're also going to what are called Pokestops, which is basically any real world anything that is notable of any kind. It could even just be like a church or a McDonald's. You go there, you spin a little thing, and you get free items. This is how you get the Pokeballs to catch the Pokemon. As long as you live near enough of these, you'll never have to buy Pokeballs. Because of course you could buy these with real money. Why not? Which brings up my other main problem with Pokemon Go, is we already talked about how it's soulless when it comes to the Pokemon themselves. But it's also a game made for and caters to soulless people.
It is what it is,
the main benefactors of these free items are termites living in their giant termite mound. It's city people, these bug motherfuckers who live next to 10 million people, which affects the spawn rate of Pokemon, and it's a city, so it has more, you know, quote-unquote notable places, so a ton of Pokestops, so they get all the free items and all the Pokemon spawn. Now, you think what the game would be about is, you know, going for a walk, getting outside, getting healthy. But no, it's for obese city people to catch a billion Pokemon from their apartment building that looks like shit, smells like shit, they live in squalor, and it costs $10,000 a month. You know, I watched a video once. It was a guy in New York City chilling out, having a good time. He got sucker punched by some drunk guy. His head landed in the road. 10, maybe 20 people walked by his unconscious body before a car runs over his head. That's what it means to be a city person. They have no soul, no care for each other, no human decency of any kind. Fuck you, city people. Anyway, what are we talking about? Oh yeah, Pokemon. So they added battling finally. It's the most basic battling ever. Way worse than Pokemon Masters EX. You just tap as fast as you can before you get your super move, where you do an extremely basic minigame where you try to hit the orbs. Incredible. God forbid you just put regular Pokemon battling in my Pokemon game. It's extremely simple.
God forbid.
Do anything, but no, we have to get bullshit. This took years to come out, by the way. What this does mean, though, is people can make their own gyms, which is kind of cool. You get some premium currency by holding a gym. I didn't mention it before, but there are teams in Pokemon Go, and this never really meant anything until now, where if someone on your own team holds a gym, you can put your Pokemon there to help defend it, and if it's an enemy gym, you can take it and be mean to those people. So although the battling is shit, at least there's a point. There are also raid battles where everyone teams up to fight a legendary Pokemon. You gotta train.
You watch them and they cause stages for children. There are only 2 parts in the episode that caused it even worse.
Doing bug shit. I don't really have anything else to say about
There is
it.
an English version, but it was never released.
Profoundly uninteresting when you realize the optimal way to play is not to go for a walk and get healthy interacting with real Pokemon in the real Pokemon world, but instead either live in a city and play it from your cockroach-infested bedroom, or play it as the passenger in a car. Not gonna pretend like I didn't love it though. There was a time I loved it. That brief period, running around, jumping fences, breaking into people's backyards to catch a Snorlax was genuinely great, but it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth giving up every other spin-off. It wasn't worth every Pokemon Presents being a waste of time now.
Exactly, GPS
30 minutes
spoofer.
of shitty mobile game updates just to get to the real content people want to see. I don't even know how many people still play Pokemon Go. It's definitely not top billing anymore. Our next and final mobile game makes way more money. So enough talking about this shit. It's time for Pokemon TCG Pocket. It's finally time to talk about Pokemon TCG Pocket, the only game I put substantial time into prior to making this video. And saying I put substantial time into it is an understatement. I've been playing this game from the beginning, and I mean the real beginning. It was released 1 month early in New Zealand, and I used a VPN to play the game early, and I have been playing it actively since then. So I can say with complete confidence that DNA, the developers of the game, kind of dropped the ball. In the beginning, I think the game was great, just a little bare bones, but they've really failed to make the game any better. In fact, I think it's gotten worse over time, to the point where now, really all I do is open the app to get my 2 free packs, and then it's completely out of my mind till I get another 2 free packs. But before I talk about how they fucked it up, let me explain what the game is and why it was great to begin with. So Pokemon TCG Pocket is a collectible card game app, and it's important to make that distinction because every other digital card game aren't collectible.
The game the Min Picker plays, yeah.
They're primarily about the gameplay, but the Pokemon company knew that no one plays the Pokemon card game. They only
nobody plays it, yeah.
look at the pretty pictures.
The Pokemon card game is ridiculous. That's why nobody plays it.
On that. So the game gives you 2 free packs every single day without spending any paid or free currency, and you get this huge song and dance, tons of flashes, lots of animations showing you getting these cool cards. And all of the interesting or valuable cards come in multiple rarities, from common to full art to 3D model that looks terrible, all the way into the immersive card, a card that plays an animation when you pull it. Things that serve no gameplay function, but makes it fun to collect while making it easier to get cards that you want to play. In other games, the immersive full art would be a exclusive card that you may need to build a deck. In this, it's entirely optional, but it still looks cool and is fun to pull. And the goal of this aspect of the game is to complete the pack, to pull every card in the pack. And for free-to-play players, it's to pull every diamond rarity card, or what is basically every card at its lowest rarity. Something you would even want to do if you only like playing the game and don't care about the collection aspect, because this is what it means to have every available card for you to make any deck you want. Now, new packs come out once a month, so you basically have 30 days for 63 packs to pull every card in the set. Now, you also get a bunch of free currency to pull packs for, so it's more than that. So I can confidently say that not only can you accomplish this, it's fairly easy for a free-to-play player to complete a set before even finishing the month. This is because pulling cards is also
Pokemon Go wasn't even a new game.
Called Wonder
they just took an old game and put the other stuff in it. Exactly.
Just one, but sometimes you get what you want. And every time you pull a pack, you get points that you can use to get a specific card. Now, this is extremely inefficient, so if you're not spending money, you can probably only do this once. But all these things together made the collection aspect of the game extremely good from the very beginning. There's a reason that despite not really liking the game anymore, I still pull my free packs every day. Like most things in this game, they have kind of fucked this aspect up a little bit. Not game breaking, but they have made the pack pulling experience worse. And it's through the addition of shinies, which is crazy.
Oh boy, there's shinies now?
How could they have possibly fucked that up?
God damn!
They didn't. The original set with
Mr. Cake stopped playing MOBA, and Cool Dogs in his chatter seem to quiet down. But they'll be back, I know.
So
it's just hilarious though how he's living rent-free though.
Lucario as either its basic rarity, its full art, its 3D model art, or as a shiny. And no matter what, you're happy because it's a new card and you want the new cards from the new set. Well, now the shinies aren't from the new set. In the new pack, you get cards from the old set if you pull a shiny. You know, the cards you already have, and this card takes up your rare slot. So it feels bad to pull a shiny and then it be a card you already have and is basically unplayable even if you didn't have it, because it's an old card, and this works like every other card game where new cards are just better than old cards most of the time. It also makes it harder to complete the set, especially for free free-to-plays, because this is just one more rarity that does not contribute to you completing the set. And it obviously means you have to spend way more money if you want to complete the full set, because that's just more cards that are even more rare that you now have to get. So they just feel bad in every single way. For the vast majority of people, it doesn't count toward completion, and for the people who like to play the game, the cards are worthless, and you're just upset that you didn't pull the new cool cards that you want to make a deck out of. Now, they've kind of counteracted this by making completion
the
easier
coolest
in
are
other
just
ways.
hilarious.
Wonder picks now sometimes have a second chance. There's now trading in the game that wasn't initially there, but you can only trade cards of previous sets, so that doesn't really help in this scenario, because no one cares about the old cards when there are new cards, especially when the new cards are better than the old ones. So if you play the game, the old cards are mostly dead anyway. But I keep talking about playing cards, so I might as well get into the gameplay. Now, as a brief overview, you have 3 types of cards: Pokemon cards,
Okay.
trainer cards, item cards. Trainer cards you can only use once per turn. Item cards and trainer cards just do what they say. You read them and now you know what they do. Pokemon, you must place one onto the field at the start of the game. You have an active slot, which is what can attack or be attacked, and 3 backup slots. If you have no Pokemon on the field, you lose. The goal of the game is to get 3 points. Killing a regular Pokemon is 1 point. Killing an EX is 2 points. You use energies to attack. You place an energy on a Pokemon, and then it can do its attack.
Thanks
You
for the
get
follow
1
as well,
energy
White
per
Fox.
turn, starting
You're
on the
welcome.
second turn. You can also use these
I'm doing
energies
some
to
reacts right
trade,
now.
switching out your active for
Before we
someone
end
on your
off, we already
bench. This
finished our
kills the energy.
weeklies.
They are gone. And that's it. That's the whole game. Any complexity comes from the cards themselves and what they do. The rules, very simple. Now, my card game of choice
We're
is
talking about
Yu-Gi-Oh!
this
I have
stuff.
over 1,000
Pokemon
hours of
mobile
Magic,
games.
and I hate it. It's the worst game ever made. So when this came out, I was very happy to play it, and the simplicity is part of what makes it good. Coming from a game where you can combo for
Okay.
5 minutes straight and ends on turn 3 basically every game, it was nice to have something where you just play a card and hit them. But despite being fun, the game still has some fundamental problems
Oh
from the
boy.
very beginning that you would hope they would have addressed at some point. The biggest problem in the game being that you always start with a Pokemon. No matter what you do, the game will always give you 1 Pokemon at the start of the game so you can place it on the board in the very beginning. What this means is if there is an optimal start, which there always will be, you are incentivized to play as few Pokemon as possible. So you are more likely to start with the one you want. In other games, this would be disincentivized because you would just draw a hand with no Pokemon in it. But because the game is programmed to always give you 1, there is no punishment for only playing 1 Pokemon. This is made worse by the fact that as more sets come out, better and better item cards and trainer cards exist, incentivizing you further to play less Pokemon in your Pokemon game. Another fundamental issue is that going second is significantly stronger than going first. By going second,
Damn.
you get to both place an energy first and attack first, since you need energy to attack. Most games would make it so that one player gets energy first and the other player gets to attack first, right?
All
That's
the
almost how
TCG
all these
talk
games
wants to
work,
make
that
you-
the person going first
It's still
cannot
Master
attack,
Duel
but they
down.
get whatever resource quicker. You can place a land first. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you get to set up
Yeah,
all
I
your
gotta go play more
interactions
Balatro
first, but in
again.
this game, the player who gets the resource first also gets to attack first, and the player who goes first really can't do anything because there are no interruptions. It's not like you're setting up a board to destroy your opponent on their first turn. It would make far more sense if the player going first got to place their energy first but didn't get to attack. That's how every other game works, and this has been a problem for the game's entire lifespan until just this month with the introduction of baby Pokemon, which
Oh
don't
boy.
need energy to attack, meaning the player going first doesn't get to place energy first, but does get to attack first. But this comes with its own problems because baby Pokemon have no health, so you can just kill them instantly. You see these 2 fundamental problems combined to create what is called the 18 trainer deck, in which you play 2 copies of 1 Pokemon, because you can play 2 copies of every card, and 18 non-Pokemon cards. This was always done with a water type because Misty would allow you to attach energy on your first turn, meaning you could attack first and kill your opponent before they could even do anything, and you would always be guaranteed
Damn.
to start with the water type.
Always
of your
the
choice.
damn
This was always
babies.
playable, but not the best deck until 2 cards came out: Darkrai and Giratina. And Darkrai Giratina has been the best deck since they came out months ago. And let me just describe these cards really quick. Giratina lets you attach a psychic energy to it instead of attacking. Do you see how this solves
Damn.
that first turn problem? Because you can't attack on your first turn anyway, so you're always ahead in energy, whether you go first or second. Because if you go second, then you get 2 energy in 1 turn. Then
Okay.
Darkrai reads, if you attach a dark energy, deal 20 damage to your opponent. So you put dark energy on your Darkrai while Giratina ramps itself, so you're doing damage without having to attack. And then once Giratina is fully set up, you just one-shot everything till you win. Giratina solves the going first being bad problem
Damn.
all on its own. The deck takes advantage of the fact that you will always start with the Pokemon, so you only have to put the 2 best cards in the game in your deck, and you're always guaranteed to get one of them. But what really makes this the best deck in the game, completely unstoppable, is that third fundamental problem, that there is no interaction. The only thing you can do to disrupt this combo, to stop them from getting Giratina online, is either accomplishing your gameplay faster, killing them first, which is only possible through good luck because these are the best cards in the game, or there are some free switch cards that force your opponent to switch out. Too bad there's a trainer card that counteracts that, and their
Oh
deck
boy.
plays 16 trainer cards, so they can play every single card that counters anything you want to do. And this is why I don't like playing the game anymore. And it has nothing to do with this deck specifically. It's what the deck represents, because you really don't see it that often because it's boring. Primary gameplay of Pokemon TCG Pocket is just who can ramp their big guy faster and one-shot all of their opponent's guys. There is basically no
Rip.
diversity in gameplay. The only difference is how you get your big guy online and how much
Yep.
damage they do. Some take longer to set up but do more damage. Others get set up faster and do less damage. Some are guaranteed to get set up but take a long time. Others can be set up very fast, but it's entirely luck-based. Does this sound very interesting? To me, it seems profoundly lame. This is made
Yep.
worse by the fact that EXs give 2 points when you kill them, but you only need 3 points to win. Meaning, if you kill 1 non-EX and 1 EX, it's the same as killing 2 EXs.
It
So
sounds
why
like
not
Master
just play
Duel, but
only
easy.
EX Pokemon, making 90%
Fair
of the
enough.
card pool entirely useless. It's just lame. I want to play Pokemon in my Pokemon game. Why is it optimal to only play 2 Pokemon in an entire deck? Now, this problem always existed in the game, but the game was much slower at the start, giving you more opportunity to use silly strategies or just kill someone by hitting them with a little guy a bunch before they could ever get set up. Now you can draw your entire deck by turn 2. In Yu-Gi-Oh, you have what are called pet deckers. These
Damn.
people who only
Draw
play
the
their
entire
one
deck.
forever. And I mean for years, decades even. The reason you have this is some Yu-Gi-Oh decks are so unique that you can only get that same gameplay experience by playing that specific deck. Pet deckers can't even exist in this game because every deck plays basically exactly the same. There are maybe 3 variations of deck, and that's it. Through the game's entire lifespan, it's either set up big guy who one-shots everyone, or attack with little guy to hopefully win before they get set up. I honestly think this wouldn't be that big of a problem if the game was still slow. But with it being fast, you can't even really try anything else. You'll lose before you can even have any fun. It really doesn't help that the ranked
Damn.
mode is just kind of ass. You get almost no reward for it. The difference between playing 100 games and playing 300
How do you
games
tell a
is like
Pokemon to get on the bus? I don't know. You just tell them to get on the bus. Yep.
Not worth it at all. The rank grind isn't even hard. You can get to max rank with less than a 50% win rate. It just takes forever, which I understand because this is by far the most luck-based card game I've ever played, which is fine if it wasn't so lame all the time. I feel better about losing to a coin flip if it didn't happen in one turn. I'd like to at least play the game a little bit. Well, if you don't want to play against meta shit, there is a single player mode, which is okay, but has gotten a lot lamer over time. The problem is the AI is really dumb, so there's no reason you shouldn't be able to beat them every time using a real deck. But the game has challenges, and those challenges, if you complete them, you get free currency, which is cool, and they'll make you do things like use Pokemon that are all weak to what their deck's about. Like if they have an electric deck, they make you use only water Pokemon. The problem with this is they've kept those same challenges, but they've gotten way easier over time because there are just more cards out. Making a water deck fight an electric deck isn't hard if all of your water types are actually ice types and none of them are weak to electric. And the challenges were only interesting because they made you make a new deck, think about the cards you have, but now you're just back to bullying the AI. The game also has had events, but these have always been extremely lame. It's just fighting the AI again, except without the cool challenges, and by beating the AI, you get a pack that's a promo pack. The problem is the promo packs have only shit cards in them. None of them have ever been playable, and bullying the AI over and over again isn't interesting. I don't understand why all of these mobile games have had such bad events. The point of an event is to add gameplay variety. Yet all of these events, you played the game the exact same way as you would any other time. It's not interesting at all. The only exception is Pokemon Unite, which does actually have different game modes for events. Like this event has volleyball. It's not a good game mode, but it's something. It's fun to do something different. Modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Sucks ass. But the events let you play something slightly different with the same cards that you like, just a little more limited to make the game more interesting. And we've gotten up to 4 different events in a month before. It wouldn't be that big of a deal for Pokemon TCG Pocket to have one multiplayer event that's like, oh, you can only play water cards. Or how about a deck where you can only play Pokemon in it so that I can play more Pokemon in my Pokemon game. It's so fucking lame that it's stupid to play more than 2 Pokemon in your Pokemon deck. And this isn't just Darkrai Giratina. Every single deck is 3 lines of Pokemon at most. At most. Any more than that is just stupid. Anyway, that's enough complaining. Should this game exist? Honestly, I do think so. Even though I don't really like it anymore, I still probably put several hundred hours into it, which is enough. And I do believe every card game should have a digital client.
The Master Duel slander, damn.
Piece of shit. I don't want to see you fucks in real life. Now, is it worth killing every spin-off? Fuck no. Dude, the Pokemon trading card games, like the actual video games that were on like the GBA, were way better than this shit. They were fucking awesome. Definitely not worth it to kill those, but that was the last game of the video. There are no more. There are more mobile games, just no more that are actively being updated. And what did we learn? Well, what you should have learned is that this is Pokemon now. There are more Pokemon mobile games in development than real Pokemon games. This is the brand now. They make more money than actual Pokemon games. So are you happy? Have things gotten better? Have you watched this video and been like, wow, Pokemon's in a real good state right now? I don't really think it's possible to make it this far in the video and actually think that. Probably would have left at the bug part. So I'm only talking to my fellow haters here. The state of Pokemon is much worse here than it is with the main game. Because personally, I don't give a fuck about the main games anymore. Fan games have been doing that better for years. But there is no replacement for the good old spin-offs. It is much easier to make a regular Pokemon game as a fan because of stuff like RPG Maker or ROM hacking than it is to make a full-fledged spin-off. And the spin-offs have always been better than the main games. I'm sorry, my favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. None of the main shit. So it's really sad to see it go, especially when it's getting replaced by complete shit. The only redeemable game is Pokemon Unite. That's the only one I've had fun with, and I'm still playing it. Obviously, I started making this video a little bit ago, so it's pretty impressive that it's the only game I'm still playing. I don't really count me opening a couple packs as playing Pokemon TCG Pocket anymore. So this time you get the Doomer ending. There'll be more Pokemon mobile games. They'll be even shittier than last time. They'll keep ruining every Pokemon presentation, and there's nothing we can do about it because they make billions of dollars. Because people are stupid and will spend money on anything because they have no soul. I'll end this video the same way I ended the last one. I'm gonna keep playing fan games. fuck the Pokemon Company. You guys suck. Subscribe to look forward to my ZA video. I doubt it'll change my mind on the state of Pokemon, but maybe it'll be interesting. Anyway, bye.
And there we have it. Right, it's just sad. But yeah, basically now it's like the fan games, but then they shut down the fan games when they can. I mean, the Pokerogue one is still around, it's just a thing you can play in your browser though. Right, you can just play it in your browser, so that's cool. What is this? You get what you deserve. What is this? What happened? Nah, I'm good.
Hey, what's up guys, Rip here. So today's situation can be best described in many different ways. How it started versus how it's going.
Okay.
You reap what you sow, or even the classic, you mess around and you find out. We're of course referring to a situation involving a VTuber who has a long history of going after other people's sponsorships.
Oh boy.
Now losing a sponsorship themselves. Now a lot of people will not feel sorry for you when that comes around
Oh
to
no.
bite you. But anyways, we're talking about Anna Valence. This is someone we've talked about before, especially a few months ago, when they launched a life ruination campaign against the VTuber Kirsha. They are a journalist here, and they made multiple articles going after Kirsha, accusing them of all the ists and phobes they could think of, while actively targeting her sponsorships in an attempt to get those sources of income removed from Kirsha. Now, today we're talking about a different sponsor, the one that Anna was trying to team up with, Waifu Wares. It's a smaller company. As you can see, they make all kinds of different VTuber and anime related merch. Now, Anna, earlier yesterday, announced this on Twitter, saying, "Very proud to announce I am now an official affiliate partner with Waifu Wares UK," and use the code, yeah, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
Now, a lot of people looked at this, and they started sharing many different things that Anna has posted over the years, and basically saying, do you want to work with this individual who also has a history of going after other people's sponsorships?
Damn.
A lot of the things people are sharing are things that are just open and available. Like, if you remember from the last time we talked about this individual, they have this audio clip that a lot of people, probably millions at this point, have heard of, where as a trans person, they share their fantasy about rounding up cis girls and then putting them into breeding facilities to abuse them over and over again.
What?
Now, I've seen a lot of this person's defenders saying,
Oh,
oh, it's just,
boy.
you know, it's rage bait, it's an edgy joke, or it's an edgy fantasy, whatever. But keep in mind, Anne is the same person who only in April of this year released an article trying to accuse Vallure, the VTuber group, of catering to pedophiles because one of their VTubers has a lolly model. So clearly, they're trying to justify their own fantasies on one end, but trying to cancel other people over fictional content. Like, it's very, very inconsistent. And then we have this right here, which none of the supporters of Anna will ever address in any sort of a way. Back in 2020, during the heights of Fall Guys, they made an entire article documenting their experience with this game, where they rigged an adult toy on themselves in a way that would make it activate whenever they came into contact with other players. Now, right off of the bat, you're putting other players in a situation where they're not consenting to sexual activity, right?
That
You go a
is-
step further, this is Fall Guys, a game that has a very large child base of players. So you're not just putting random players into this disgusting situation, you're doing this to children as well. Now, of
Yep.
course, a lot of people were sharing these publicly available things to Waifu Wares early yesterday morning, and it seems like they made a decision very quickly. But during those hours, Anna made this tweet mocking someone, basically saying it's for stuff like that that you lose journalism gigs and other future opportunities, where they dismissed that, saying no one in media actually cares about all the random Twitter nonsense that goes on here. People look at the crazy YouTube videos about me and immediately assume that I have crazy obsessive haters, not that I'm an evil and bad person. Understand, this person went on a life ruination campaign for
Yep.
weeks and honestly for months at this point, trying to rip away sponsors from Kirsha, trying to cancel her, and doing this to other people as well. And you can see they're doing the classic tactic of dismissing all the criticism against them as crazy. It's all just crazy. There's no reason to check into it. But they claim no one cares about what happens around here. Well, apparently, Waifuwares does. And in the hours after announcing their affiliate, Anna was let go. They say this: "We would like to clarify that we are not affiliated with Anna Valens.
A Rockruff with hidden
we're
ability.
unaware of any past events or situations they may
Yes,
have been
people
involved
like
in. When
Minecraft.
reviewing potential participants, we base our checks on recent activity and profiles rather than conducting an extensive deep dive into historical matters." Now, if you look around, they would try to clarify
Do I have
what's
Rockruff's
going
hidden
on
ability?
here later, a couple hours after Waifuware's announcement, sharing that they were invited to join the collaboration program at 10:45 a.m. yesterday, and they were given a code to use, and people could get a discount from the website. Looking through Waifuware's various applications, they said they were an affiliate, so if they were an affiliate, they just had a code, basically. But it sounds like they were going to the next step,
I do have it.
possibly getting some merch or whatever. But the way this company, a lot of smaller companies work, is basically you got to kind of do all the groundwork. You have to pay for your own arts. They're just manufacturing, whether it's a shaker or something, they're just putting it on there for you and then shipping it to people. So this is like a very kind of low grade sort of collaboration here, where it's really mostly on the person trying to work with the company, and the company's just kind of putting it all together. And looking through their application process, they pretty much, like they said, just check your main social media accounts and they check like the most recent activity, which can lead to a lot of issues, as you can see. But that's the framework we're working with today. And this tweet really kind of sums up how people are feeling about this largely, where it's like, you know, you went after people for a very long time trying to get their sponsors removed for so-called problematic behavior, and now it's turned around and happened to you. Going after sponsors is lame. I think everyone can agree on that when it comes to the overwhelming majority of matters. But if you're someone who engages in this practice, if you try to ruin people's sponsorships, nobody's going to bat an eye when it comes around and happens to
They're not
you.
gonna
And that's
bat an
exactly
eye.
what's going on here with this situation. I think it's very clear. Now we look to Kirsha, right? So this is someone who's been subjected to this life ruination campaign by Anna for a long time, and they must feel pretty validated because the articles on Vice made by Anna included stuff like this, not only making wild accusations and very uncharitable conclusions about Kirsha, calling them basically every ist and phobe they could think of, they also directly went after her sponsors, including Gamer Subs, for example, even putting it in the title, framing this whole thing is basically, Gamer Subs, why do you have this bigot in your midst, and why are you supporting them? And they're trying very hard. And you can see, even on Twitter, they constantly wipe their tweets or switch accounts, but they made a whole detailed guide, not just on Twitter, but on Blue Sky as well, showing people how to go after Kirsha's sponsors. I mean, this is like so blatant, where they say, you know, here's what you gotta do. Even if you're a creator with Gamer Subs, for example, you have to go around and warn creators about Kirsha's politics, leverage connections with
Why are they
Gamer
bringing
Subs
it
for an
back?
answer,
I don't know, man.
and consider moving away from the brand long term.
They just
so it's a
are.
very active effort. In fact, when that really wasn't working with Gamer Subs, they went the next step and they started trying to put pressure on Gamer Subs and to cancel Kirsha, not with Kirsha's own actions anymore, but the actions of people they view as a supporter of Kirsha. That's how desperate things got. And the obsession never ended because this went on for months. In fact, only 6 days ago, on August 5th, they made a long thread claiming that Kirsha's now been dropped by Gamer Subs. Here's their proof, their supposed proof, saying, speaking of which, I noticed recently that Kirsha's Gamer Subs code isn't in her bio on Twitter anymore, and she seemed to focus more on promoting her other sponsors on social media. I don't believe she's posted a Gamer Subs promotion since May, which is odd for a partner. Well, as someone who also works with multiple sponsors, like, you tend to rotate So going a
Okay.
couple months without promoting something from a company is like not that big of a deal. But anyways, down here they say, I am living rent-free in her head. Main character syndrome. I don't think that's what's happening. Because she's just big mad, or is she upset because GamerSupps is slowly and quietly removing her from its affiliate program, and she ultimately feels like she's lost her support? It's an open question. I still don't know. Something seems off. And they say all
Oh,
this stuff that
boy.
her emblem was pulled and her promo posts have disappeared, and also they're retweeting fans about it. But anyways, but also they say down here, after saying, oh well, the panel's gone from Twitch, but her code still works.
Okay.
I don't really think that's great proof that someone's sponsorship has been ripped away when
Yeah.
their creator code still works. I don't know. But I think there's a very simple explanation for all of this.
It's probably
It's
just rotated
probably
or
to
something.
protect GamerSupps, just like probably a lot of people she works with, because maniacs will try to use that against her and try to go after the companies and relentlessly harass them and tag them in articles and tweets. Sound
Probably.
familiar? Well, that's exactly what's happening here. And if you keep going deeper, right, it's all just ridiculous. I mean, remember the time when this all happened with the GamerSupps crusade? I mean, Kirsha was hit with real-life threats where she had to literally leave her house,
Yeah, I'll see
and
you
that's
around
always
here.
overlooked. But people focus so much
I'll be
on
heading out soon as
GamerSupps
well.
and what's going on here. I don't think a lot of people really understand the depths all of this went, but someone's got to be feeling real cathartic about all of this. The person who's relentlessly targeting them over and over again picked a fight, started to lose, and then tried to play the victim over the past couple of months.
Hey man, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Goddamn, that's fast. That's crazy. You get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Imagine the life you could be living if you just hadn't tried to censor people and financially ruin them. No one would care. Imagine.
Yep.
So now let's return to some more statements made by Anna regarding the situation. So as you can see, they're trying to do a spin. They're trying to spin the narrative where this was an amicable separating of the two parties, and that there's this harassment campaign going on where Anna's actually the victim once again. And you can see this post was made at
Oh,
3:30
boy.
p.m., where they say since a couple folks asked, Waifu Wears was a bit alarmed by some of the hate sent our way. We talked and decided to end the partnership for the time being. Now, of course, right around that time at 3:53, so just 23 minutes later, you start seeing posts like this, saying, there goes any interest in them. Anyone currently partnered, I suggest you reconsider your partnership, as they have shown that they'll kneel to anti-trans radicals. Yes, they're once again trying to label this situation as an act of transphobia or supporting anti-trans radicals. They know what they're doing here. There couldn't possibly be a legitimate reason to let go of someone like Anna. It must be because they're trans, according to individuals like this. And they go on further in their replies to say, why would I have an interest in a company either as a sponsor or a fan when it could be ripped away from me because people spammed 5-year-old rage bait to them? Now, it's not lost on me that individuals like Anna would gleefully use older tweets and posts by people like Kirsha, for example, to try to go after their sponsors and things like that. But referring to all of this as rage bait is rich. Like, you think this is rage bait, by the way? The Fall Guys situation, do you think that's simply rage bait? No, I think any reasonable person looks at this and understands how disgusting this
Yeah, that
was.
is
This
just
was
kinda
not
silly.
just rage bait. It put children in a situation where Anna was using these adult toys that were rigged to get satisfaction off of interacting.
And this, like, the other thing too, is wherever they were doing it, they probably weren't posting it in the... They probably weren't doing the thing in the correct place. I mean, they're playing with these kind of toys. Like that, like what?
With their characters. If you don't see how disturbing that is and you think it's just rage bait, I'm concerned about you. But of course, we have other people coming out and trying to dispute this whole transphobia narrative that's being spread, where this VTuber said, I've worked with waifu wares and I've had nothing but the best experience. There are less than 5 staff in that company managing 100 plus talents in their cups. They work with several trans creators and have a very LGBTQ plus friendly Discord. Please support them. Now, of course, people who are trying to run with this narrative, they'll ignore an actual experience shared by someone who's worked with the company and will instead try to infer the reasons why they let go of this partnership. But there's a lot more irony coming out from people who are closely associated with Anna, this Nyara individual, replying to waifuwares just 8 minutes after that first, or the most latest post we saw from Anna saying, "You dropped her because you got pressured by a bunch of transphobic people who wanted to retaliate against her for coming after, in quotes, Kirsha. F you." Well, I definitely consider making multiple articles and tagging sponsors and trying to engage in life ruination is in fact coming after Kirsha. If you think that is somehow not a big deal, I don't know what to tell you. But you start looking at people who are sharing stuff like this. Here's another one. A now deleted quote saying, "I'd love to see what they found except for that 5-year-old breeding farm rage bait post that transphobes over and over again used to slander her." And of course, is this also rage bait? It seems like it's not just the breeding facilities audio that some people are paying attention to. Please explain why this is not something that is significant or to be paid attention to. But of course, you see the kind of individuals saying this stuff. The irony is palpable. This was made back in March when they're referring to the whole thing going on with Kirsha, saying, why is it bad to let a sponsor know what their partners are saying? Well, that seems a bit hypocritical.
Exactly.
So we can't talk about the breeding facilities, we can't talk about the Fall Guys article, but when it comes to Kirsha, it's open season. Anything they say, well, we should let the sponsors know. And of course, looking further, you can see how they gleefully responded to that thread on August 5th, where Anna claimed Kirsha lost her Gamer Subs sponsorship. You can see Nyara saying, "I thought she was making bank," referring to Kirsha claiming she made over $160,000 from her Gamer Subs merch. And then you got Anna saying, her saying all that while deep down knowing it was over is crazy, a very wild assumption. And then they interact saying, "Total Foxu victory, complete succubus success." So gleefully sharing their excitement about Kirsha losing sponsorships. But all of a sudden now, if this happens back to Anna, it's totally unfair, it's transphobic, it's giving in to the mob. The irony is through the roof. But of course, there's been a lot going on with the waifuwares account. You can see they went private around this time, and don't harass this company. I think there's someone who, they don't have enough measures in place in terms of filtering who they're allowing into their programs. I don't think that's anything too unique, but of course that's the way they have it set up. But hopefully they learn something from this experience and dig a little deeper on who they're working with. But there's one last long post from Anna saying, "I hope we can all agree that waifuwares, what they went through today was completely unacceptable. No company should face a harassment campaign of such nature. If you must target someone, target me, not them. Many unrelated creators can and will be affected by such measures." What a savior complex right here. The decision to end the partnership was one that WW suggested and I agreed to in order to protect the company and its creators. I do not believe other VTubers and businesses in the English VTubing scene should have to suffer because of my harassers. I hope it is seen as a sign that there is much work to do with overcoming harassment campaigns in the English VTubing scene. I will admit today's circumstances were less than ideal and things could have been handled better, but waifuwares did not make any decisions under ill will. Small companies, not necessarily clued into everything that happens in VTubing, and in the end, waifuwares has every right to decide yay or nay on brand fits. I wish the team the best, as well as all the VTubers that work with them. Yes, definitely playing the role of the victim here. Very different tone when it comes to how they lost a sponsorship versus how they view others should lose sponsorships for their so-called problematic behavior. But you can see they're trying to be the hero here, basically saying they're taking one on the chin for waifu wares, but in
The black
reality,
team
you can see the
looking
people they
Kudon
associate
thing.
with openly accusing the company of transphobia, making this narrative
Yes.
that they fired
I mean, it was
people
only because,
in
like,
the-
it was said in the
to
reacts,
fulfill the
man.
desires of these anti-trans radicals. That this
But
is an
yeah, it does
unfair
kind of
decision,
remind us of
when
that.
In reality, they're also trying to say,
Then he
well,
go.
they're a
Then
company,
he
they can do
like
whatever they
try
want.
to get
I don't know.
people to
It
like
just seems like a
mass
giant
report
mess, and
gotcha
they're
toy
trying
or
to
something.
shine this in a light way.
Like,
but,
bro, what?
It's not looking too great.
Like, what the hell was
overall.
up with that
Classic
guy?
effing around and finding out. You want to go after people's sponsorships, you can't really complain when it comes back and happens to you. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
Alright, let's see. Who do we want to get the thing with? Combi? Nah. For it, no. Dreepy, I guess. Alright. Now it'll have well-baked body. Right after I got pelted with fire moves, now it's immune to fire. Because it took it that long to become a dock spawn. I needed that dock spawn earlier. Yeah, whatever. That said, though, this is where I'm gonna end this section for me for now for the night. I'll go switch back into AFK drops mode again, but I need to go get some sleep. Yeah, I'll see you guys again next time, though. Right, I still have to figure out as well how I'm gonna like go through and meet my quota stuff for Snowbreak, because I technically need to get 14.5 more stream hours so I can get the last tier of stuff. But yeah, you guys have a good day or night or whatever. I'll see you guys. Alright then, see you guys. See ya. If only it happened to Hathor.